Pike does not win this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing queen traps I've seen.
Oh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my god.
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you win the time!
He loses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that White's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
There's a lot of buzz here on chess.com with Magnus Carlsen taking part in Title Tuesday, but this event should not be overshadowed. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, as per usual, is my good friend and co-commentator Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And Danya, we have an exciting matchup for the fans today.
I've been looking forward to this match. I was going to say for years, but I'm not going to use any canned phrases that are clearly untrue, but let's say for weeks. Hans Niemann against Velimir Ivic, two incredibly exciting, dynamic, promising, talented young players who are on the upswing. And when you pit them together, you are bound to get a super exciting match, Robert.
We certainly are. And as you look at the bracket in front of you, they're in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. It's the last round of 16 matchup. And on paper, Danya, according to the insights, we can see that Hans Niemann, he doesn't lose on time very often.
No, he does not. He's fast. His opening preparation is phenomenal. He's an expert in the Jababa London, but we will get to that when the games begin. But Velimir Ivic, take a look at that experience level, Robert. He's been playing on chess.com for years now, even before he was a Grandmaster, and that bodes very well for your JSCC chances.
It certainly does. I mean, look at that. 3,000+ games of experience in Blitz. He also wins on time a good amount, and they're both very, very accurate. 86 and 85%. That is extremely impressive.
Wow. That's amazing. And as we take a look at the smarter chess stats presented to you by chessgoals.com, one thing that Hans is going to be looking at is overall rating 3,042. Velimir is right around 2850 Blitz, Robert. And I think he's underrated. I remember playing him in some matches. We know that these young, exciting players, their ratings don't always reflect their strength.
And any given day, that rating could be 2950, right? There's fluctuation that
Right.
happens in online Blitz, whether it's tilt or just an off day. But if we look at those predictions and look at them one by one, it's Hans is a 1-point favorite in the 5 and 3+1, and then a 2-point favorite in Bullet. And so with a 68% win probability in Hans's favor, this does feel like a match that could go either way.
It really does. And a lot will be determined, I think, in the first segment. It really is a toss-up. I usually can get a finger on the pulse of how the match is going to go, but not for this one. I think I can see this going, I could see this being a blowout for one of the players. I could see this being an incredibly close match. I hope it is an incredibly close match. And if the previous JSCC matches are any sign of what's to come, we might be in for yet another barn burner, Robert.
Although if previous JSCC matches are a sign of things to come, Hans Niemann got blown out a year ago by Christopher Yu, who was only an IM at the time, only in air quotes, because it's a very strong chess player, as we saw yesterday in the IM GM Speed Chess Championship. But Hans does not have the best history in this event. He's a totally different player a year removed from that loss. So we will see if he can rebound from last year's performance.
We will indeed. Hans, of course, is over 2650. He just won yet another tournament. He's winning tournament after tournament after tournament, and he's winning a lot of these games against his fellow 2,600 plus Grandmasters in less than 30 moves. So Hans is on the upswing. He's confident, and Velimir Ivic has his hands full with a really difficult task.
And these are two of the absolute best players in the world, and they're playing in this Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. And we want to give a shout out to our sponsor for this event. It is Susquehanna International Group, and SIG is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. But for now, Donnie and I will take a quick break. The players will get set, and the match will begin in just a few here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. my path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
In return, here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship, it is Hans Niemann, it is Velimir Ivic. It's our final matchup from the round of 16. And Danya, while we wait for these two players to get set and the games to begin, we might as well look at Magnus Carlsen playing and winning Title Tuesday.
Can we look at, I don't know, some serious players, though? I don't know if we want to set the tone with such a weak player before we actually jump into the match.
Yeah, I know. It's a shame that we have to look at Magnus's game, but as I look at this position, very good for him. Surprise, surprise.
Knight C2 is coming. Magnus is not going to lose this game, and that means he's going to win the tournament. He is a point ahead, I think, of his nearest competitor, so that's why he's playing Fedoseev.
And
what a rough pairing.
And Daniel, looks like the games are beginning in Hans versus Velimir. So while Vladimir may be struggling there, let's take a look at our match of the day. I was saying Vladimir Fedoseev is struggling. Let's take a look at Velimir.
No, I know what you were saying. I'm just saying that was a very good little turn of phrase because their names are so similar. Okay, here we go.
Okay, let's do this thing. And we see that Hans, playing little B3 systems, but he's playing in the center. So unlike what we have seen from Hikaru in recent ventures, particularly in the Rapid Chess Championship, Danya, we see that normal start to this game from both players.
Yeah, Hans playing sort of a Hikaru-esque line. Velimir responding with a King's Indian setup, Rook C1. By Hans supporting the knight, this is just sort of a normal kind of quiet position.
Yeah, and the trading that knight on f6 is good news for black because the bishop on g7 is open. Now black is striking towards the center, and both bishops, Fi and Ketod, do look pretty strong. But look at that move, b4, a very typical advance, and watch out for the move c5 at some point.
Yeah, Hans trying to break through on the queen side. That is White's main idea. And for black, I think often the question is whether black should play e4, and right now I think the answer is no. I wouldn't lock up the center too early because that kind of unties White's hands for action on the queen side.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think a lot of players would be tempted into that move because it attacks a knight, but as you're pointing out, it removes the tension, and perhaps you want to play e takes d4 at some moment to try and give your queen and rook some space.
Right, so, and he actually takes d4, so Velimir deciding to open up the center.
Indeed. And now Hans with the choice how to take back on d4. Pawn takes d4 would open the rook to the queen, but also open black's pieces along the e-file. And I guess neither side can really complain about this transition.
Yeah, I personally thought knight takes d4 followed by bishop f3 looked a little bit more appealing, but this is also completely fine. Black could also try to get his knight around to e4. It's just looks very equal to me.
Yeah, where the breakthrough is going to come from, because both sides will be looking at the move a5 for white, pushing the pawn, and black the same. Here, white goes first. And for black, normally we don't like playing b takes a5, Danya, but at this moment, I think it's acceptable, because then you can play rook a to b8 after the swap of pawns, and then black can try to take over some of the queen side.
Right. Absolutely an idea. Knight f6 instead by Ivic. And it is important for white not to bite off more than he can chew. What do you think about the idea of going d5? To close off the bishop
and creating the bathtub pawn structure? I'm a fan of it. I think it's a very good decision. It helps your bishop on c3, and Hans doesn't need to be asked twice. So watch out for that c6 square. Once that knight gets to d4, that c6 square can be very tender.
Yes, it can. A trade on a5. So your idea being executed. Hans is probably actually thinking about going b5 here, which is a very instructive idea, but black could have responded there with a6.
Right. And let's see. Trading of bishops, knight d4, so going towards that c6 square. And I don't think you're getting there, because the bishop on b7, even though it doesn't look very impressive, it is covering c6. And even if the knight gets the c6 down, I guess it's not that big of a deal.
No, black can always trade. The bishop, I like to say that bad bishops defend good pawns. a way to amend that and still keep the truth of the statement is that bishops defend important squares, right? So I would have preferred for this bishop to be on f5, but since it's on b7, it's controlling the c6 square, not allowing white's knight to access the outpost. And Velimir preparing to double rooks on the e-file. I kind of like black's position here.
Yeah, same. In bishop f1 played. So the one bit of good news for Hans is his pawns are hard to attack. So c4 defended by that bishop that's sitting at home. And if that rook slides to e8 for black, then a7 will be loose. So suddenly black just has weaker pawns or more accessible targets. And maybe he'll have to play a7 to a6 to kick that knight out of there at some point.
Yeah, and I guess white just has to be very careful not to allow a 4. Queen d2 walks into knight b3. Okay, Hans trades and prepares the queen trade. And I think, yeah, these pawns are starting to be really concerning. If black trades and plays a6, there's an interesting line. If black trades and plays a6, it looks like you can't take the pawn because of rook c8. But I actually think you can because the knight moves to e8.
Right.
And it gets out by attacking d6.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue for black there because once c7 falls, d6 is a very easy target. So queen d7 played by Ivic. That's the good news about this time control because if this were a scramble, he probably would have quickly taken on e1 and then had a worse position. Now he's holding the relative balance.
Yeah, queen b4. Hans moving his queen to the queen side. And is that queen doing anything specific? Not quite yet. I guess knight b3 could be an idea.
Because I was going to say rook e8, but knight b3 is definitely a good plan. Although you can swap knights, put the bishop back on c8. I get it. The bishop for black, the light square bishop, is not a very impressive piece, but it's also hard for white to make too much progress from here, right?
And a trade, yep. It looks visually very pleasant for white. c5 might be overdoing it, though. You definitely don't want to allow the rook to move into the back rank. But Hans still with a pleasant position.
Yeah, and actually directly, bishop c8, pawn to c5, take, rook e1. There's queen c3, hitting that rook on e1 and that pawn on c7, and that could spell some problems for black.
Absolutely, I think queen c3 is an excellent move here. It also covers the e1 square, but Hans going c5 immediately, and I think he wants queen c4 maybe if d takes c5. I'm not sure. Or is he just not worried about black getting a rook to e1?
You know, he's going to play queen c3 after rook e1. That's queen c3 is so powerful, hitting both rook and c7 pawn.
That makes perfect sense. Rook e1, queen c3. And there's just no follow-up. Black's bishop is so lame. You would love for it to be on b5, but it can't get there. Hans looking really good here in game 1.
Yes, and we see that Ivic is thinking, can I get away with rook e1 with a queen c3? The rook might have to retreat. So instead of rook e1, perhaps move like queen d6 or something like that and just park
rook e7.
your pieces. Yeah, it's not pleasant for black, but you're all protected.
Yeah, you're doing all right there. And I guess for white, it will be important to solve the back rank issue eventually. Maybe go g3, h4, so that the bishop is, free to roam about the cabin later on in the game.
Yeah, and that pawn a6, right? It's targeted from that bishop on f1, so queen d6 might even walk into rook c6. I wasn't thinking about the a6 pawn so much, just trying to get my queen active in towards the center. So it's a difficult situation for Ivic, and he's spending quite a lot of time. Rook b8, and look at that eval bar. It's going up and up.
Hans is up 2 minutes on the clock on top of that. And there is the move queen b8 here, just infiltrating and attacking c7. Can you defend after that move?
Ooh, no, you're going to lose c7.
No.
Or very direct.
And Hans plays it.
Uh-oh. So I don't see a single move for black.
And you can see the concern right now written all over Ivic's face. He's getting nervous.
So if queen e7 or queen d6, just queen takes c7, that looks very clear. And the c8 bishop, bad piece.
Ivic tries to involve his king like the goalkeeper running in to hit that last corner, but just rook takes c7. What is even the idea?
He's going to play queen d6 and hope that the pin on the rook on c7 somehow leads him to an acceptable spot, but no.
Oh.
Bad.
I guess you could even play queen takes c7. That's probably not the best that white can do.
And Hans has 2 minutes left. I mean,
watch him play like h3 or g3 here.
Yeah, those moves look good. Queen b6 looks good.
And we'd like to thank Chess.com Live. I think Canty was covering Title Tuesday. Congratulate the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, for his win. And we welcome everybody coming from that show.
And this might be a first. It might be a historic day. Is this Magnus Carlsen's first Title Tuesday win?
I believe it is. No, I actually think he definitely has played before, but I don't know if he's won.
Right. Playing and
Score
winning.
of 10 out of 11.
Two different things. If they were the same, then I could say I've won many Title Tuesdays and I've won 0. But Rook takes f7 about to happen
being
here.
the same.
Rook f7 distracts the queen from the rook on d8. That wins at least a pawn for white and probably even more with that king being unsafe for black.
I wouldn't trade queens. I'd go bishop c4 and queen c7. Keep the queens on the board and go for checkmate.
And that's exactly what Hans is doing. He'll go queen c7, or maybe queen d4, but queen c7 check. And
h4.
it's time. It's a great luft for the king.
Yeah, and not only does this create luft, but it creates the conditions for a potential mating that Ivic dropping another pawn. It's over.
Yeah. Queen f4 check. You can take on a6 now. Ah, he trades queens first.
No, he wants back to c7.
Oh, no, it's a mate.
It's almost a mate. King h6, g5,
G5.
h5.
Bishop e2 and queen g3.
Oh my god, that's beautiful. g5, king h5, bishop b2. He plays bishop e2 first, which is perfectly good enough, obviously.
Yeah. And Hans Niemann strikes first, takes a 1-0 lead. And Ivic, he was solid but cramped. So he never really had active play of his own. And I think that came back to bite him.
And I think to compare this to yesterday's, it just seems early on that Ivic, he doesn't do well when he plays passively. From what I know about him, his performance in the World Cup, he needs to get aggressive dynamic positions, and that was exactly the type of position he doesn't want to get. It wasn't that he made any huge mistakes, right? He played pretty solid, as you said, but he was never really, he never really had winning chances in that game.
Right.
It was always a little worse.
For sure. And now Hans opting for the French defense, and Ivic brings that knight from c3 to e2, which may look very strange to most of our viewers because there's a bishop on f1 that can no longer get out of there. But one of the ideas for white is just to make sure that d4 is covered with as many pieces, and that way that bishop on c8 remains a poor piece.
Right, and Ivic securing his pawn even further with c3, and very often the way that you develop this bishop is by playing g3, bishop g2, or even sometimes g4, but you don't want to go g4 prematurely because it could run into some h5 shenanigans.
For sure. And I'm wondering as well, in addition to g3, maybe knight g3, because d4 is overprotected, we can play knight g3, develop our light squared bishop, and try to strike with f5 at the right moment, or even a knight h5 jump could be a bit troublesome for black to deal with.
Definitely a viable way of developing, and I can guarantee that that is what Ivic is thinking about. But he decides on a third option, d takes c5, replacing potentially the pawn with a knight. What do you think about that?
At first, I don't love it because black often wants to play f7 to f6 in these variations, and without a pawn on d4, e5 does feel a little bit loose. You do not take with the pawn on d4 here, because then the knight jumps into e4 and your king on e1 will not be happy.
And this is a very interesting structure. White is obviously slightly better. I mean, white is a nice knight on d5, the potential of going f5. But Hans is clamped down on white's queen side, and, you know, at some point he might be able to go rook c8 and maybe a3 at some point, weakening the c3 pawn. So it's a little bit more double-edged than it might appear.
Yeah, Diane, I think we might be able to describe this position as with the initiative, white is better, but if those queens come off, then black is better because the foundation of black structure from f7, right? A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. That f7 pawn is really hard to get to, whereas b2 can be attacked with that move a4 to a3 to undermine white's structure.
Yeah, a3, b3, knight e4, and white's queen side topples over very, very quickly. So Ivic, would he consider going a3 himself? Well, obviously that creates a gaping hole on b3, which for the moment is safely secured by the knight. So maybe that is a candidate move.
I'm playing a3 here. I do not want to allow black to do so, although there could be tactics after a3, black goes b4, and with a bishop and queen on the same diagonal with a knight f5 to follow, it gets messy.
And Ivic shifting his queen up to c2, potentially maybe thinking about some sort of a rook lift, entertaining ideas of a kingside attack.
Yeah, there is one line I'm thinking about, like if a3 b4, Is Black already in trouble there because of the queen's placement? And it's a moot point because Hans understands
Hans moves
that,
the queen back.
and that might be an issue. And Daniel, what do you make of this a4 pawn? A strength or a weakness for Black?
I think it's a strength. I think it's caused by, a lot of grief already. Ivic had to make several moves just to prevent the possibility of a3. And I think that has given Hans time to reposition his pieces and maybe prepare for f6, which is obviously an incredibly committal move. I don't know if it should be played.
Yeah, it's one of those things you can't take back. And
Okay.
he plays f5. And
Wow.
this is one of those moments where people say, en passant, I know that rule now, let me go for it. But I think the move g4 is actually better because you play g4, rook g1, and now you start an attack on the king side. And look at Black's pair of bishops. They don't have too much access on this board, so I would leave them sitting on the 7th rank.
G4 is an excellent move, and the attack comes really, really fast.
And
And
Ivic decides to
Agree. I don't love this move. I think the reason that it also might appeal to people is because look at the c5 square. You get this weakness, but look at the activity that Black gets in return. Bishop can come to d6, right? Rook can come to f8. If you induce g3, then there's some central breakthroughs already. So in the long run, Black gets a lot of dynamic activity, whereas after g4, he remained very passive.
Yeah, I feel like White needs 3 moves at once. Knight f3, pawn g3, and bishop d4. And then we love White's position. You're strategically already winning, but that takes time. And as you point out, bishop d6 is Black's next move. Rook c to f8 can be added. Yeah.
Some activity, yeah, but okay.
I could see Ivanchuk on the Black side of this position, right? He's dabbled with the French quite a bit.
You remind me of the game with Viktor Lvovich. Korchnoi, that I had in similar position, but in that game I tried to maneuver pieces to good squares, but okay, this Ivic needs a little bit education in basic ideas, yeah?
Wow.
That was good. I think my Ivanchuk is maybe my best impression, but
I feel like it's
most
also
people don't know what he
improvement.
sounds like.
Oh, I certainly do, and that was well done. And knight g5 inducing g6 also feels like a job well done because now f4 may be a target, but Black's king feels increasingly exposed. So g3, you need to protect that pawn on f4. He plays it, and e5 I think is not going to be available to Black because it just creates too many weaknesses in front of that king on g8.
At the moment, I agree with you. But Hans, I wonder what he's threatening. Are there any threats?
I'm not sure. Maybe pawn d4. So he goes king g1. Very smart move by Ivic. And all right, Hans seems like he has kind of the ideal setup for his pieces. His knight on b3 is active. His bishop on c6 may have some potential. The bishop on d6, it's better than was on e7. But it also feels like Black can't threaten anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was flirting with the idea of going d4 anyway to open up the bishop. But, what do you do after c takes d4? I don't see any follow-up there.
You start doing quick mental math and be like, oh, okay, I'm down a pawn now, and oops.
Yeah, maybe move the queen away first to try to set up an x-ray against White's queen and then play d4? Like queen d7? What do you think about that?
Yeah, but I feel like after queen d7, I'll understand what you're going for, and I'll make a move. I don't know what move to make. Bishop d4? Can I just play bishop d4 and say that
Bishop David 4, Bishop Gary 4?
Well, both, but I was saying David 4 because if you take and I take with my pawn on d4, my king feels a lot safer and your e6 pawn feels a lot worse.
So this line, queen d7, bishop d4, trade, and the bishop is totally circumscribed by the pawn. No, this is great. The knight can reposition to e5. I agree.
Great bishop you have on c6 in that variation. So
Oh yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
And rook e8 played by Han, so he is just defending that pawn on e6. Knight comes back to f3 to stop e5, but does it really stop e5? You made this point earlier, Danya, that sometimes you just gotta throw that move in.
No, you got to play e5 here. I think e5 here is a great idea because White's king is, it may seem perfectly safe right now, but Black's pieces are very nicely poised to wreak some havoc on White's king side, and he plays it.
Yeah, and I think you have to start trading some pieces over there on e5. The queen lands on e5 for Black. Look at that e-file, by the way. There are 2 bishops there that are not happy to see the queen and rook staring down the line.
Hans is taking over the initiative somehow.
And that bishop on c6, Danya, that might be the best piece just waiting in the wings.
Yeah. And the problem also, this knight on b3, what is it doing? It's controlling the d4 square. So after knight takes e5, anytime black takes with a queen, he never has to worry about the bishop shifting up to d4.
That's right. And I think the sequence might be a little forced. Knight e5. Well, if you play knight e5, you take on f6 and then move that bishop from e3. But your king is feeling very lonely on g1.
Extremely lonely. And soon its loneliness might be cured by a couple of black pieces who land nearby.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
What an idea, though.
What a move.
Oh, my
Phenomenal
goodness.
move.
I thought suddenly that he was just blundering a piece, but bishop h6, if queen e2, we swap queens, rook f8 will be checkmate at the end. And now I start to love Ivic's position.
That move is a complete game changer, because not only does it create the possibility of rook f8, but I mean, anytime black pushes d4, the other bishop jumps into the game with bishop c4. Queen can swing to f2 and then again threaten queen f8. Wow.
What does black even do here? Because you can never take on e2. White can play queen d3, queen f3, and just go for checkmate down the f file. So that's why he plays knight c5. He's just trying to take some squares. But queen d2 now. You cannot
D2.
take on e2 for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, unless you move your knight back to d7, but that's incredibly passive, and then white can move the bishop up to g4. So queen d2 looks good. Ivic playing bishop g4 immediately. So he wants queen f2.
Okay.
Hans centralizing his knight.
Hans is being annoying right now, and in the best way.
Right.
He's just making sure that queen can't wiggle over towards the queen. So queen d3 played, wants queen f3.
He's wiggling. He's still wiggling.
Wiggle and wriggle, and I don't know what else, but that queen's coming to f3, so will he play knight g? No, but that's a really weird square for the knight.
Time is dwindling for Hans as he tries to find a way to stop queen f3 and queen f8.
And he plays d4, queen f3 still?
I would just maybe play queen takes d4.
Oh, I guess you could. I would just go for checkmate. Queen f3 threatens queen f7 and queen f8, and as
Probably
you suggested,
better.
take on d4. If queen d4 takes in the future, bishop e6 check will be a pretty big threat.
I would have even considered throwing it in as an... Oh, wait, it was check. Sorry.
Check,
Forget
yeah.
everything I said. I was going to say I was considering throwing it in as an intermezzo.
But you know how I asked you about that a4 pawn, Danya? Now it's a weakness.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now
You're
it's
calling
captured.
yourself you're a self-appointed prophet. I see.
I wasn't going to go that far, but I see that White is up a couple points. But now we're at the time scramble, and Ivic, he's really getting low on the clock. It seems unnecessarily so. Okay, he got that move.
Ooh.
Hans the
Hans
counterplay.
continues to be annoying.
Yeah, and 2 seconds.
Oh
move.
my God, move!
Oh my gosh.
Bishop f3 maybe? Just in time for bishop b3 check.
Whoa, big
Oh,
move.
bishop g5 threatens mate.
And he finds it. Bishop f6 is checkmate.
Oh
not
my
just
God,
space
that's-
deal.
oh,
It's
it's
mate. It's
mate!
mate.
Oh, what a mate!
Did you see Hans's face? He was like, "Ooh!" He was scared, and then he's like, "All right, good one. Missed that one."
And you can
coming."
totally relate to that because Hans obviously thought White would take on d8.
Yeah.
And Dr. Velia,
Oh my gosh.
Velimir Ivic with a great win.
And Ivic, he like shakes his head in the sense of, okay, I can do this. I sense more belief in himself there. And that was a really hard fought game. And 1-1, only 2 games in. Danya, this is why I love the JSCC. I feel like we've been here for a while because I've been enjoying it that much.
Back and forth they go, and really excellent quality of play so far in the early going.
Yeah, and look at this position, Danya. Doubled F pawns for black. Although the pawn on F5 actually kind of helps black in many ways. An open E file. Inherent to having double pawns is an open file, and that knight can hop into E4. There's a clamp towards that square.
Yeah, Hans has not gotten anything out of the opening here. In fact, I would maybe even prefer black.
And we see a capture, and I think the knight can safely hop into the E4 square. That bishop on G7 will feel a little bit better. But down here for the long term in this structure, right? Black doesn't really have any clear breakthroughs, and if the queens come off the board, sure, black is doing okay. But as we get towards an end game, maybe that's when black has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, and this is a very nice move, forcing black to decide how he's going to position his pieces. Hans, he could tuck his queen away on a2. Again, we have another pawn on a4. And what do you make of this pawn?
I was
I'm going to turn it back on you. Your turn to tell me whether a pawn on a4 is a strength or weakness.
I appreciate it. I think here it is a strength because not only does it make sure that the pawn on b2 can't move without en passant happening. It also gives black the a5 square, and that may seem unimportant, but if you want to take over the b file, you may need a rook lift or a queen to a5 first, just gaining space in the position.
So when Hans wins this pawn on move 63, you know, I'm going to make you look bad. But look at the clock also. Hans has spent 9 seconds, and he has a pretty decent position. So it might be the case that he just understands these positions very, very well. It's not always about getting, you know, a good objective position. If you get a position you're comfortable in, it's very valuable in a blitz game.
And Hans is really making Ivic think right now, because if you take on c3, and if you're going to take on c3, I would take with the d5 knight, because the knight on e4 is very well placed. But then white takes the pawn, can push that pawn up to c4 later, and rook to b1 happens with the semi-open file. So I don't think black wants to take on c3, but what other moves come to mind for you, Danya?
Yeah, well, rook d8 is... I wonder why this is bad. Oh, it might be because that a4 pawn not being such a big strength. And you definitely... I think a lot of people would be tempted to go b5 here. Let me just solve the problem of one pawn. But, you know, some doors close, others open. Some doors open, others close. And you create a huge weakness on c6. So white could just take on e4, play knight e5, and boom. Boom goes the dynamite. You can't defend c6.
Yeah, that's not a good situation for white. Excuse me, for black. And so instead, the knight went back to f6, the knight comes to e5. And I think all things considered, this was a good choice from Ivic. He's keeping the position closed, because something we can't lose sight of is black's king, while safe for now, if the board starts to open up, that king will be in more danger than white's, which is safely tucked home on g1.
Right, because you have the move g6 thrown in. And speaking of the position opening up, Ivic breaking through with f4. And we're going to see some action in the next few moves.
What about e4? Or is there a problem with that follow-up? Knight c3, bc3, and
maybe a sack on e5.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting, actually. Black gets... Okay, Ivic dropping his knight back, so never mind.
So he wants knight e6 and to take on d4 no matter how you defend the pawn, because the e5 knight could be a little bit loose.
Knight e6, I can move my knight to f3, and white has a very nice center here.
It's true. That pawn on f4 can become a target. And so now the queen's under attack. I mean, the d and e pawn's looking good.
No, this is starting to look very good for Hans.
Yeah, he's gonna play e5, then knight c3 to e4, and he's just jumping around here. The one thing that black might think about flicking in is f4 to f3. And now it's probably not good, but it just could open up the white king when you're not paying enough attention, and that could give black some counterplay.
f3, knight e6, yeah, for sure. And e5, I suppose, is a move that should be played very carefully, because you're allowing the knight to jump to d5.
And yeah, he plays rook to d1 for that reason. He said, why do I need to rush that? Look at my pawns on d4 and e4. What are your knights on e6 and f6 doing? Those pawns take away all of those important forward jumps. And if you go knight to g5, I think white can just play pawn f3 and say, your knight on g5 not doing much there either.
Yeah, and then the queen could actually swing from f2 to h4 potentially and cause some problems on the king side.
So what can black
do?
Look
at the clock. Jesus.
Yeah,
three-minute advantage.
Rook d8, again, not available because the a4 pawn, will hang after e... Oh, we're seeing this.
And somebody in the chat was asking why the f rook and not the c rook. Well, one reason could be that after the trade, white's rook is nicely poised on the open c4. Oh! Well, this is interesting. What pawn did Hans just take?
What about f3 here, though, for black?
Right. No, I think f3 is obligatory. Otherwise, you just get crashed. You got to play it quickly. If it's just taking too long here.
Yeah, he's now 3 minutes, and he does play f3. So that at least gives him some hope. Hans quickly plays g3, and maybe the hope is stamped out immediately. I just don't see a follow-up.
Queen e... even just...
Oh, wait, actually,
rook d2.
No, the knight takes d4.
Wait, rook d4 or rook e5?
Yes. Let's show that. That's an interesting
Queen
line.
e2. Let's show this. Queen takes f, takes rook d2. Looks like white just wins the pawn, but whoop! Knight takes d4. Rook d4, and then rook e5, and all of a sudden, black attacks the knight and threatens to promote. Knight e4, f5. And it's a game, but none of this is happening. Ivic did not play Queen e2. He went f6 instead.
And I know we're never supposed to make that move, but I think we understand the initial purpose of it. He wants to just crack down on white center here. And Hans,
Whoa. No. That doesn't work for sure.
Yeah, rook a4 with
and
tempo.
Hans refuted that in a millisecond.
And the queen's almost trapped, in addition to white being up a piece. So this is going to be a clean win for Hans, up 3.5+ minutes, and there's a resignation.
Wow, that was gaga. I mean, that was smooth. Jeez.
That was one of the cleanest games we've seen recently. I mean, that was just as one-sided as it gets.
It was a clinic, and I was wrong. I mean, I thought that Ivic had a very comfortable position, but you kind of called it. There was no clear plan there, and you just sort of started stumbling and tripping on his own feet, right? He was just kind of indecisive, and Hans wasted absolutely no time, literally and figuratively. The score is 2-1. Okay.
That's a sign of a great player, by the way. When they don't do anything tremendous, there's no sacrifices, there's no huge moves, but they incrementally improve their position, and that's what Hans did in that game. And now, Ivic with the white pieces, he's thinking after a6, do I take on c6? Do I just retreat my bishop? I think he just needs to make a choice more quickly. He's been down on the clock in these games, and it's not worth spending 25, 30 seconds on move 9.
Yeah, those add up really quickly. Now, what he might have been thinking about is whether to play d3, d4 here, and he does. But is it premature? The eval bar seems to think that it is premature. And why is it premature? Is it because of bishop e7?
Bishop e7 is possible. I guess
No.
e4, is there e5? I mean, you have to calculate this stuff. He just takes back, and bishop e7 now.
Oh, yeah, just bishop e7. And if you go e5, you give up this monster square on d5. You give up this monster square on d5.
Uh-oh. So
white should play knight c3, I guess?
But then knight takes e4 anyway?
No, you're cruel, man. You're just cruel. Knight takes e4. And black wins. Ivic missed this.
Yeah, so he plays rook e1 because he felt like he had to, not because he wanted to. And all right, I can get behind this move rook e1. There's no more knight takes e4. Sure, white center is being attacked, but if black doesn't create even more pressure in the center, white's going to be happy after queen to b3, start putting pressure on b7, knight e5 ideas, things like that. So I do believe in white's foundation, so black needs to act fast.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how Hans can go about putting pressure on the center. Well, bishop b4 has the obvious drawback of reopening white's pin against the queen and allowing e5 shenanigans. He plays it anyway.
Okay, that was a big choice.
e5, there's always g5, obviously. That's a sort of traditional idea. Tradition? Yeah.
It gets pretty wild in that case, and I'm wondering, can white just play a3 here? And e5 looks reasonable, but what about a3? Is that possible?
Bishop takes d2, queen d2,
Queen
yeah.
d2. I'm just protecting
But what
my
if I
center.
take a page out of Robert Hess's book?
And
No,
do
it
what?
doesn't work. g5, knight g5. That's actually a worthy line to show.
Okay.
That's a James-worthy line to show. So let's go a3, bishop d2, queen d2. Now, looks like black can play g5, force the bishop back, and then knight takes d4. But there is a fly in the ointment. White can play knight takes g5. And all of a sudden, black's king side collapses. If you take it, white wins back the f6 knight with interest. So I like a3. And Ivic is deep in the tank once again in this critical position.
I just kind of assumed g5 wouldn't work. There's queen on d2 and I can sacrifice. So I just figured it wouldn't be a thing. I didn't actually calculate. So I'm glad we went through that variation. And a3 just kind of forces black's hand. But right now, Ivic down to 3 minutes. Still plenty of time. I just am getting concerned with the trend of his clock management.
Yeah, no, definitely. And this does not bode well for the 3-minute portion. Obviously, it's still very early. Too early to talk about that. But he's taken now over a minute. And he finally does play 3. So he's making good moves, Robert, I think is what you're saying. But they're taking him a long time, and he's not leaving himself with enough time for the later stages of the game.
Yeah, maybe I'm suffering from a little last game itis there, where he was down 3.5 minutes, and he just couldn't find moves because he had no time. He is doing absolutely fine on the clock in this moment. I just think that has tendency to maybe overthinking some. Here was a critical moment. He spent a minute and a half. That's reasonable. But there have been other points where I felt like he could have moved a little more quickly.
I believe the formal term for this is the recency effect. Where but actually it is an interesting concept where you remember best, the stuff that happened last. So like that's why you can have the worst over the board tournament of your life, but if you won the last round game, somehow you just kind of actually feel good at the end.
Yeah. But I like my terminology better here. So
okay, fine.
All your fancy schmancy psych books, whatever. So where are you moving this knight for white? C4, F1?
That you're asking all of the difficult questions. I'm speechless. I mean, knight F1 is the traditional Rui Lopez move. Ivic plays knight C4. So is the knight going back around to F? I actually am warming up to white's position a little bit later than you did. So is Hans trying to get his queen to H3?
Probably. It will be annoying from there. And he also can just play rook d8 next to go straight for that d4 pawn.
Okay, scratch what I said about warming up to white's position.
Yeah, although if you put your queen on h3, the bishop can just slide back to g3, so it doesn't seem too harmful.
Yeah. This is actually, and again, Ivic is going into the tank, and it's hard to find a move.
Yeah, this is a difficult position, I agree. He plays knight e5, so queen h3, he'll play bishop g3. But then I expect some kind of knight h5 business, and black's just going to bring pieces over there.
Right, and Hans actually going queen e6. Nice move, putting pressure on the knight, preparing rook a d8. And Robert, white's position is on the verge of collapse here, even though the eval bar seems to be as unconcerned as ever.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens. We're thinking about this. Okay, the white king's a bit open. The d4 pawn's the target. And what is the plan after rook d8 here? Because that pawn is under attack, and you can increase it with a bishop c5 move, a pawn c5 move at some point. I don't like white's center.
I think the eval bar is basically saying what is the threat exactly. Like you can make an improving move such as rook c1, or maybe queen d2. Although queen d2 opens a can of worms.
F4?
Queen
do you want to play
queen b3?
Wow.
Oh, and Hans missed this move, and that's a double attack.
And look at Hans' face. He can't even look at the computer screen anymore. He just is in disbelief. And that's a straightforward double attack. And he brings his queen back to e6, but queen takes b7. Grab the pawn, then c6, a6, and c7.
A3 takes b7, as I showed in the arrow. What is Ivic thinking about?
How am I supposed to answer that question?
He just took 15 seconds on a move that should have taken 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you force him into a bullet game, which at this point for him it kind of is, queen takes b7 is the move. And all of black's pawns are under attack now.
And rook takes d4, which one do you take? Do you take c6 with your queen? Hans. Wait, f5.
F5 is just crushing.
Alexa, not right now.
Oh, gosh. And do you take on queen back to b? That's a great move.
Knight f7 is coming. Knight g6?
That is queen b3 is a superb move because you just stole a pawn. You're taught when you're up material, feel free to trade. But no, then black can fight on. The d4 pawn was loose, and he plays queen b3, and that's a game ender, as you said. Rook f8, knight g6, and
knight g6. You got to find it
bishop. He missed it.
He missed it, but it's still winning. I mean, the position is so overwhelming that you can afford to delay this move. But I'm worried that he doesn't even see the concept.
I think he'll find it, but
I don't see how Hans defends against it.
Knight g6. Still knight g6.
Do it, because you're threatening e7 on the fourth. You got to see that move.
My gosh. No, that's
such an easy... Wow.
He's
still winning.
We're just saying the same things. I'm like, I'm trying to let you finish your sentence.
And I'm trying to let you finish it.
Okay, well, here, knight c4. Oh, gosh, here comes the e-pawn.
Oh, this is over. And knight a5, knight takes c6 to add insult to injury. Yeah, knight a5 next.
I do think our point still stands, though. He didn't cost him in this game. He's completely winning. But he needs to find those kind of tactics because in another game, in another moment, it may be the only way his position remains with an advantage.
For sure. And it's not over yet. I played enough blitz to tell you. F6 and F4 trapping the bishop. Yep.
Yeah, 97 check was there.
This game is not over. Don't shovel dirt on him yet.
This looks really bad.
Mark my words.
Okay. Rook E8. Yeah, no, suddenly there's...
Oh, he blundered E8! Oh, he didn't take it! He had his hanging!
Oh my god!
This was hanging! The rook was hanging!
Oh my goodness.
It's still hanging, but...
Oh, it was hanging for multiple moves there.
And Hans saw it! Hans just realized it.
Yeah, he's laughing to himself. And Ivic, I think, realized it too, because he did a little head shake, but he doesn't have enough
now
time.
he takes it. But it's still not over. Now it's a game again. This technique is so sloppy by Ivic.
Yeah, this is bad. And look at this. Now Black kind of has this blockade going on. Okay, King protects pawn. C6 was hanging next. I think Black's out of moves.
Yeah, but Rook D6, Rook D5. Hans going back and forth. How do you make progress?
Queen takes
Oh,
D6.
Queen D6!
Yep, Queen
oh
D6.
my god. He is missing so many wins.
And now he just
blundered another pawn.
He's not even going to win this game. He might lose this game.
No, you might lose this game.
Okay, King's on Rook D5.
Queen
Great
F7,
move by
you gotta
Hans.
make a draw now.
Oh my gosh. How did this happen? How are we here?
I'm sorry, that was abysmal technique by Ivic.
And he's out 2.7 seconds.
Rook F3, Rook F7, maybe. Okay, he wins back C6, so he shouldn't lose. He still maybe has some chances, actually.
Yeah, actually, yeah, he suddenly is better again.
Right.
And Hans now thinking, and 3.6 seconds remain for Ivic. That king on H7, it may seem safer at first glance than the king on H3, but that could be fooling you.
And for those who, for whom this was too fast, we'll show the critical moments afterward.
Oh my gosh!
Queen F7.
He pinned
Queen
himself.
F7 is coming. Ah, he moved.
Oh my gosh! He barely got the move off.
Oh my god! He might flag on the next move.
He can just keep his queen on E4. Like he keep the pin alive.
But Queen F7.
Queen E4 is a great move.
Yeah, but Robert, Queen F7 was winning on the spot, wasn't it?
I don't know. I guess I wasn't calculating. I was just thought that.
He wants Queen F5 and then Rook E5.
Exactly.
Queen F.
Wrong
Why didn't he
order.
play Queen F5 first? Oh my god.
Take on H5, King G8,
G8 and Hans is fine. Oh my god.
This game has been ridiculous.
Rook E6 maybe to play for a win.
Allowing Queen H7 check and play for a win. Yeah, he offered a draw. The game is drawn.
I don't know what to say about that. Shall we just show the moment where the rook was blundered? Because that started everything. It was a very good game before then.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, pull that up.
All right. So as the next game begins, pulling it up right now. Okay. So Ivic with a great sequence here. He misses knight G6. Okay. That happens. He's still completely winning. Then he had a chance to go F6 and trap the bishop. But all of that pales in comparison to this move, which blunder number one, you could take the rook and win a piece. Number two, and number three. I mean, but this time it attacks F5.
Yeah, no, that.
What did we just see?
That was a hectic sequence, and now let's see who rebounds on that, because it's unclear who that should kind of shake more. For Ivic, he was winning and he missed his opportunity. But if we look at this game, Danya,
he's got another opportunity. Yeah,
it doesn't seem like he's impacted. He can just play Rook G8, threaten. There it is. Threaten Bishop takes H4, and Knight F6, Knight D7 F6 to G4. I mean, Black's position just is so good.
Black's doing great here. Rook G4, I really like too. Trying to force White's hand and maybe sacking stuff with H4 later.
Yeah.
And Black, of course, will castle queenside to involve the other rook in the attack eventually.
Oh, man, this is really bad for White. So Ivic seems to know what he's doing against these Jabala London types of positions.
He definitely prepared for them, because Hans has been playing this exclusively in Blitz. Okay. Wait, and take H4?
Yeah. Yes, for sure you're sacking.
You gotta sack. Take, and then later that knight from D7 comes into F6 and G4. Ivic is gonna spend some time calculating that.
He's going for it, though. He still has plenty of time, and if this works, it really works. And now Hans is thinking, which means he's understanding that the rook sacrifice for the knight over here on H4 is going to be a pain. Okay, what are you doing?
Right, and this is the critical moment. And you gotta, what helps is that your pawns are so weak, you just have to sacrifice.
Yes. And king g2 is king
Castles?
e7. Wait, but his queen takes h5
Rook g8?
and king f3.
F3? Oh my god, and does the king escape there? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's see what happens.
So king g2 feels forced, but Hans is thinking
Because knight h3, knight g5 is over.
right, just winning on the spot. You just give away your piece. King g1 makes no sense, I don't think. Why go there? You want to run away. He plays king g2.
So don't castle here. The move is knight df6. You got to defend the h5 pawn.
Yes, and unfortunately for white, your rook can't come to h1 because f2 hangs. So knight d to f6 is the precise way, whereas king e7 allows queen takes h5, and the white king will slither to e2 via f3.
But knight df6, obviously white can't play queen f3 because of the mate on g4.
Right, king cannot go there. The queen can go to f3, but that doesn't solve the rest of the problems when the rook ends up on g8.
And Ivic doing a great job here. This is a very important moment to think in.
And knight df6 is one idea. King e7, we mentioned. He can throw queen g5 check because there's no king f3, so you force the king back to the h file real quick. So I could see him playing that move as well.
But on the other hand, then you allow ideas connected with queen f3, queen h3.
That is true.
I don't know if this is necessary. Maybe he'll repeat. No, but then already, I don't know, king g1 and knight g2 maybe is an additional option.
If you castle queenside here, what's the response going to be? Because queen f3, there's queen h4 check. Okay, he goes back.
Okay.
There's no way he's just making a draw here, right?
No. Knight df6. Knight df6 and white just has no way to solve the impending doom that the rook's transfer will bring.
And there it is.
And he plays a great stuff by Ivic here.
Yeah, f3 allows the infiltration of the g3 square. That doesn't look very pleasant. You could probably just castle queenside, put a rook on g8. That king's going to get checkmated. Is there a queen f3? Just king over? Castle queenside? Maybe king e7 is more precise. I'm not sure. Because with the queen on f3 eyeing f5, there could be a queen takes f5 check. And the king is obviously perfectly safe in the center.
Right. So king e7, fork on d2 later, and Ivic plays it. This has been a night and day difference from the last game.
Yeah. I mean, it also is just completely up his alley where he just goes for a direct attack and it leads to essentially checkmate. What moves does white have here? You have rook h1.
None. Rook g8
rook
and knight
g8
f2.
Because king h2 walks into knight g4 check. Oh my goodness. All the pieces are joining the party.
Rook g8. There aren't even any other moves, so that helps black a lot. This is resignable after knight f2. Hans might even resign here.
Yeah, king f3, knight g5 check with winning the queen. Now knight takes f2.
Goodbye. Black just turn the vacuum cleaner on.
Yeah, queen can successfully take on f5, but after queen f3 check, knight g4 check, it leads to a direct mate. So, yikes.
And Hans is not going to be happy. I mean, the Jababa London is his wheelhouse. You could even play knight e4 here if you really want to flex all over your opponent, but Ivic just taking c2.
Knight e4 would have been an extremely mean but extremely good move, and it doesn't matter because Ivic wins, and that leads us to our halftime break. We're just about halfway through, a little over, the 5-minute plus 1 second increment segment. And Danya, we have a 2.5 tie. So as we head into the break, you think it's a fair score right now?
Whew, it's been a roller coaster ride already. Ivic has done a great job in the opening. I've been pleasantly, I don't want to say surprised, he's so strong, but the way he disarmed Hans's Jababalon in the last game bodes very well for his chances. Hans is going to have to make some tweets. Maybe he will tweet, but he will also make some tweaks, and he will, I think, use this break maybe to look up the line that Ivic has chosen. We'll see what the second half has to offer for us.
We certainly will, and on that note, we are going to take a quick break. The players will do the same, and then when we return, it's more from the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Chess Kid has all new bots featuring Tani Adewumi, fresh off his first international master norm, and of course, Vishwanathan Anand, the legendary world champion from India, and others as well. So make your move, even though Canty is wearing a hat telling you that's not a move, and play the bots over at chesskid.com. We certainly are in here, Danya, and we're in here at this Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. It is the match between Hans Niemann and Velimir Ivic. 2.5, all knotted up. Danya, I asked you before we went to break if that felt right. To me, it does. I feel like it's been back and forth. The time has been concerning for Velimir Ivic, but he has been able to obtain many a good position.
And before the games begin, I just have to give a shout out to Velimir Ivic's name, which we hinted at last time, but I don't know if Velimirovic is such a household name. So there is a grandmaster from originally from Yugoslavia. I think he's still alive. Dragoliub, his last name is Velimirovic.
He died.
So when I saw Velimir Ivic for the first time, I thought it was somebody was pulling an elaborate joke. Like both his first name and his last name are encapsulated in his countryman's last name. Anyways, just wanted to put that out there.
No, it's important to know our great predecessors. I know Gary Kasparov wrote a series on it, but with Yuri Averbach's passing just the other day, it's important to nod.
I didn't answer your question, Robert. Sorry, at all.
No,
I just ignored what you asked me completely.
I didn't ask you anything now. I asked you before the break. You answered then. So we're all good here, and we're set here in game 6. And this we saw a few games ago where the bishop went out to g5, the pawn went to a6, and Ivic took on c6. So I wonder if we'll see the same exact variation.
Well, that you know what game that led to. So.
Oh gosh, how could I forget? And d6 this time.
Wait a moment. Isn't there d4 and d5?
Yes.
Because le problème is that if you push back to b6, it's not letting me play b5.
And
Ivic missed it.
It's surprising that he missed it. I mean, this d4 is a central break you want to play anyway. So I guess this should be surprising that Hans missed it, but I don't think Hans really missed it. I think he was just playing a quick move and not really calculating, whereas Ivic started to calculate and then just played a move he could have played in 2 seconds.
Yeah. And once this chance is missed, now we have a very typical Rui Lopez position. And the question in such positions is always whether black should play g5, whether white should sacrifice in response. So that's kind of a sub-narrative in these positions, especially after white tries to get his knight closer to d5.
And knight f1, good start to that plan that you were pointing out. And g5 now might just be immediately met by knight takes g5 because black's pieces are all away from the king side. So I would sack there in a second.
Absolutely. And rook c8 by Hans as he continues to play very quickly. You can also throw an a4 in these types of positions, but black at the moment can simply respond with b4.
Yes. And if I'm Ivic here, I'm thinking about h3. One of those slow moves, but there could be a knight g4 to follow, and then I can get the pair of bishops by playing h3. Sometimes there's a slow plan of h3, knight h2, queen f3, things like that. It's looking good for white.
No, I like white's position a lot. I wasn't sure about rook c8. I feel like that's a bit of a... Hans is playing a little on autopilot here, and you just can't really do that in these types of positions where white's got a very, very clear plan of action, a clear plan of improvement, and now you're stuck and there's no easy way to solve the problem of the spin.
And that's a good way to put it, though, that he is playing on autopilot. There's knight h2. I think g5 is now forced, but that creates some weaknesses on black's king side, and that f5 square in particular is going to be a hole that black can't plug because there's no pawn moves backwards.
Hans continues to push pawns on the king side, burning his bridges.
He has no fear.
Knight f3, maybe? I don't know how white should try to exploit this.
Also, h4, g4, then f3 is sometimes a way to go about this. I see that bishop on a7, so that bishop is happy if that were to happen. But that's sometimes a way to just break open the king side.
But you know what idea is I've seen before? If you do play knight f3 and black plays g4, okay, first of all, you can go knight h4, knight f5, but you can also go bishop h4, reestablishing this eternal pin against the knight. Anyways, it's a moot point because Dr. Velia has gone h4, and then he got a4. I love those types of moves.
Yeah, this looks really good for white, though. Queen d2 already threatens some kind of knight move and queen g5 check ideas. I am not feeling this position one bit for Hans.
Knight f1, is he preparing something elaborate maneuver like bishop h2 and knight g3, or is he just reinforcing his knight?
I think reinforcing. Yeah, queen d2 for sure. I mean, it's one of those moves that just has a clear threat. Queen coming over to the king side, knight f5, queen.
I mean, I can get behind that move, or I think I might get in front of it.
Caught me by surprise because I wasn't even thinking about that side of the board.
But what if Hans takes and goes b4, trying to carve out the d4 square for his knight? Was this necessary?
No, of course it wasn't necessary. I really just am shocked that he's playing on the queen side.
Whoa, but Hans refraining from b4, going queen b6, the eval bar disliking that move. Maybe again, knight d5 and then queen d2, queen g5. I feel like Velimir is just not thinking about the king side at all, whereas this idea just looks so natural.
And he takes on e6, so getting rid of his access to f5.
Follows it up with queen b3.
But your b4 move, I mean, that looks really good. And rook b8, a little too deliberate, I would say. I mean, b4 there was available.
But b4 is coming soon to a theater near you.
That's true. Though now there's that rook on b1. It looks a little more difficult to make happen. And king g7.
So maybe get the queen off of b3 to establish the x-ray against black's queen, discourage b4. I don't know.
Yeah, queen d1 then. Just bring that queen back around is possible. I don't like this knight f1, knight e3 situation, the superfluous knights.
Queen c2, Velimir's choice. I feel like he might want to secure the e4 pawn in the event that he later plays d4, although d4 is very unlikely right now.
Yeah, d4 seems far away. Rook a6, just hit that knight, bring the second rook to a1 perhaps.
Maybe.
Somehow it went from what looked like huge potential on the king side to all this like kind of random play on the queen side. I don't know how our attention was pushed over there.
Yeah, and Hans is perfectly well equipped to handle the queen side play, whereas the king side was riddled with holes. Now he's fixed the problem of the f5 score. Queen g5 is no longer even dangerous, even if it happens. Hans is doing just fine now.
Queen g5 looks dangerous to me still, but yeah, maybe you're right that especially with the b4 strike, it's not quick enough. Because I'm thinking knight c4, bc3, queen g5 check, king goes to f7. Something has to be there, but maybe it's just wishful thinking on my part.
Right. Oh, there are very cool ideas like knight c4, bc, queen g5, king f7. There's this crazy idea. So rook b8, rook c6,
yeah,
and bishop e5. And you can't take because of the fork. Velimir did play knight c4. Great call by you.
I just don't believe in allowing a queen on g5. Oh my gosh, we're about to see this?
Oh, it's happening. Are we going to see this exact line? That would be pretty sick. You could also play rook c6.
Oh, rook c6 directly, because if rook b1, there's rook c5.
Oh my god, no, he does play rook b8. You got to be very careful about that c pawn, obviously. Don't take with a knight, Hans.
Yeah, because then bishop e5 is available right away, and now rook
it's
c6.
Happening. You got to do rook c6. There's no other moves. And
see, what? I mean, he's just down a pawn if he doesn't play rook c6.
But what's he thinking about?
I'm not sure.
This is literally the only move. Why would you play rook takes b8 if you're not intending to play rook takes c6?
Right. Why would you give up that c3 pawn like this and go for the king side and then
oh
not
my
follow
god,
it up?
Velimir is spazzing out here.
Oh, look at him. He's calculating. We can see that quizzical
Yeah,
look
but
on his face.
Move first, think later. You got to take on
There, he-
C6, and he spent 30 seconds on that.
And Hans is laughing. I don't know if that means he wasn't.
At what?
I don't know. I don't know if that means he wasn't quite looking for this tactic or what his deal is exactly. But now it's played and he's calculating because Queen C6, Bishop takes E5. That looks very scary for the Black King.
Whoa! And an intermezzo.
Whoa! And a queen sack.
Whoa! Oh, and whoa! You might actually have 95. Black might sack it back. Hans pushing C2.
But GF6?
No. 95. 95 and GF6.
first and then GF6. I think maybe they're. Oh wait! Why didn't you take the knight?
What? No, take the knight. And then Bishop takes E5. That F pawn would have been so strong. Oh, whoa! Hans,
Okay,
and
but-
H7. What was that?
He didn't know
Rook
where to go.
C7 is coming now, but Rook C7 is coming now. You had to go knight E8,
I mean,
or Queen takes D3 and knight D7.
I see that, but right now it's a little too late.
Rook C7.
Oh,
It's
gosh.
still not over.
King G8, Rook G7. There's King
Or
F8.
just D4.
You just play like that. D4, right?
No.
Oh.
Now at D4, there's Queen takes E5, sacking the queen back, but winning a bunch of stuff in return.
Okay, well, I mean, if that's what's about to happen,
My
which it is,
God.
just go Rook H7 then. Queen E5, Rook takes H5. He allows Queen takes E5. Only move for Hans. And he's 2 minutes
Only
to find
move. Yeah, he'll find it. I mean, it's literally forced. But
And he's-
Velimir with an unnecessary check on G7.
He'll still be temporarily up 2 pawns.
What?
Oh, 1 pawn, I guess. Don, it's one of those moments where I can say with full confidence, it's so much easier to commentate than to play because
Oh,
you know,
million times.
we see the eval bar going up and down. We know there's something there. However, all that being said, Queen takes E5 was an only move, and Rook.
It was an only move, and Hans
This is
has to find that
clearly
stuff.
lost. Like this is obviously lost. Hans knows that, so he should have thought for a bit longer and then found Queen takes E5. It's well
And-
within his wheelhouse.
The only miracle that Black can pull here, but Hans doing a phenomenal job here of trying to survive. Velimir, all of his pieces are defending each other, which means that he can make a lot of moves fast
Yes.
and gain a little bit of time.
And now he brings knight to c4 and into e5. Yeah, it's just easy progress, and he's making slow moves.
Yeah.
He's trying not to lose on the clock.
Lots of different ways. Unless White blunders a piece or allows some sort of perpetual, this should be a pretty easy win.
Yeah, he's playing knight on g4 now.
Knight G4.
And rook
Definitely.
e5 and knight f6, both threats. Yeah, he's not going to necessarily be the most convincing at this point. Like the eval bar will probably go
Good
up and
pre-move.
down a little bit, but it's just easy to play for white. At some point, black's position must collapse.
Yeah, and he's pre-moving. He's doing a great job here, giving himself a little bit more time. Locking up the queen.
So bishop e5, I guess, or knight e.
Careful now.
He's kind of repeating a bunch.
I would eventually push the pawns, but how? Yeah, F4, good move. But he's exposed his backside a little bit to queen c6,
Oh, he wants knight e5,
and he's gonna play it.
and then
Oh,
g4 is
G4.
queen d1.
Okay.
Imagine if he plays g4, g5 check, and king f5 happens. That's a way to
Oh
lose.
my god! Don't speak it into existence now.
Yeah, that's one way to lose.
Do not
No.
go g5,
No, he's going knight d3 to c5.
and then win e6.
Okay, he's everything protected.
But
Queen
Hans has
D1?
these checks on the back.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Queen g1.
Uh-oh,
King
don't get mated on d5.
Oh gosh, that would be something. King e. He hung f4. He didn't take it.
Oh, he didn't take f4, yeah.
Okay, but now the king is escaping once again. The rook will come back to e5.
And the king has gone to g3, which is a great hiding square. Maybe queen a1, queen g1.
But this doesn't bode well
Not
for
easy.
Ivic's bullet chances. I'm getting a little nervous for him already.
And he continues to repeat.
We're already in move
Happens.
92.
Oh my goodness, rook e3, bishop e5. Maybe try to reposition.
And then knight
Retool.
g4.
King g6, though. How do you get past that little blockade the black has put up on the g6 square? Oh,
He's going rook g3.
king back to g6.
Okay, king h. No, don't repeat. Okay, king h2.
Queen h7, knight h3, or even rook h3.
Yeah,
Rook h3, rook
h3.
h6.
That
Oh, is
was-
it mating that?
That was sick,
Oh,
actually.
stalemate.
Oh,
Whoa.
he doesn't have knight
Yeah.
f4. He thought he had knight f4, but his knight's pinned.
King g1, but then there's queen h7.
Okay, rook d6 is. Oh my gosh, what's happening?
Will we
here?
see a knight and bishop checkmate?
Rook-
Oh my god, the king is escaping through g4. Hans is gonna. Oh my god, bishop!
He hung his bishop with check and loses the rook as well.
Oh my god, he lost that. Hans is incredulous, and for very good reason.
There are no words.
H4. What is this match?
Well, that's what the question I asked earlier after the draw is like, is Hans somehow the one tilting after getting the result he is fortunate to have? What is this?
This is definitely not DE. Capablanca would have a heart attack if he saw this.
I mean, what is this? Is this some
This is
kind
a
of
Albin.
So e6 bishop b5 check is clearly the point. I'm not even sure how bad that is for black, but I would just play probably a6 to take away the b5
Usually
check.
in such positions, I know g6 is a pretty good move. And maybe that's why Hans played h4. It's aimed against g6.
Right, g6 he would play h5. Good luck explaining this to your students, Danya, this game.
Lol. Somebody in chat named Capablanca said, damn right, I'm having a heart attack. Oh my goodness. I'm not even going to show. My students will be forbidden from looking at this game.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look at this position. White's down a pawn, has thrown kingside pawns up the board.
Pre-move that, and he's much worse.
Yeah,
Hans
knight
is
f5,
like-
ef5, just. And look at Ivic bopping. He's definitely still thinking about the last game, though.
He's both tilted and also like swaying back and forth. Like he's both tilted at the previous game, but simultaneously probably happy at how this opening has gone. Okay, knight bd7.
Yeah, simple development. Queen e2, king f2,
Whoa.
just castle.
Castles?
No, this is terrible for white.
This is not going to go into Hans's next course.
No, rook e1, knight g4 check happens, and queen takes h4. There's no way this king is surviving.
If Valimir screws this one up. But it's not so easy, Robert. I mean, Hans doing a good job here. He went bishop g5,
Bishop takes e7.
bishop d7, and he's going to open the h file
Oh
up.
my gosh.
But it's still... Valimir missed that.
Of course he missed it. HG, bishop f5, and now...
No, but
it's-
HG, knight h7.
No,
Oh, then
HG, bishop
G6.
f5. No, just bishop f5 here.
Oh, just bishop f5. Oh my god.
And you see
It's
Ivic,
not totally unclear.
he's like shaking his head. He can't believe it. But knight h5 here might be a very nasty move because you're heading to g3, of HG, queen g5, and the king on f2, not the safest king in the world.
Far from it. I mean, either king could get mated here at this point. No, black is still obviously in the driver's seat here if he's careful, but careful is not a word I'd necessarily use to describe the first couple of games of this match.
Oh gosh, carefree, careless.
Right.
Yeah, so knight h5 played. If knight e4 covering g3, black can take that pawn h4. So it looks like Ivic, despite completely missing bishop takes d7, is getting away with it.
Yeah, because of the dark squares. Right? We talk a lot about opposite colored bishops in middle games, and the fact that it's a totally different landscape than opposite colored bishops in the end game, because you by definition do not have the machinery to control the squares of a certain color. But 94, Hans trying to build that machinery up with the components that he has defending g3. And Ivic says thank you for the pawn.
Indeed, and that shields the h file a little bit more. It also gives access to the g3 score. And f4 by Hans, saying, please take me on f4. My queen will come out to g4. I'll bring my a1 rook to g1. I'll take on h4. That black king might get checkmated.
That is a distinct possibility. Can't argue with that. But what if g6?
Queen g4?
Oh, is that what you just said?
No.
Oh.
But are you just like telling everybody you don't listen to me?
No, I zoned out Whatever you just said before I asked if the move was G6, I fully confess to having zoned out temporarily.
Wow.
I was looking at my phone. Come on.
I appreciate your honesty. I don't appreciate you looking at your phone instead of listening to me.
Oh
Gosh,
my god. My goodness. Like, who is this commentator?
seriously.
Oh my god. Okay, so knight G7. What is a bishop T7 maybe?
Knight G7 looks just bad, but maybe I guess you're trying to fight on.
Is Ivic worse?
Yes, I think he's worse. His position is very difficult to play right now. Maybe he has
Knight G7,
F6.
just knight D6.
Yeah, that's.
Why do I think Ivic is going to go knight G7 and this is going to happen?
He just.
Oh, he did!
You're just.
Will Hans find knight D6?
Probably knight D6, queen D6, queen takes H4, and there's mate down the H file.
Okay, that is easy.
I feel like Ivic is just mad at himself and continues to be. Where he's getting, it almost feels like he doesn't deserve to have the winning position. Hans with H4. What is that? He wants just rook H1. Oh my gosh,
Knight
G5,
F-
queen G7.
Yeah, but knight F5.
Yeah, but
Wait, no, I guess that's wrong.
Can you just show that checkmate because it was so?
Oh yeah,
cool.
no, that is a sick checkmate. Look at that, and you need the knight to control F6.
Oh my goodness, that's a nasty little checkmate.
And Hans dropping back to H3 and King H7, King G7. He wants rook H1, but what if maybe Bishop B7, Bishop F6 to control H8?
Yeah, I guess that makes perfect sense. And Bishop E7.
By the way,
also play Bishop H4.
On the previous move, rook H5 apparently was correct. That was a really hard move.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Another ridiculous game.
Rook H5. It does make sense. You're just trying to get rid of that knight, and there's Bishop E7 of rook
Clutch.
Rook H1, Bishop F6. You pointed out.
Bishop H4. No.
Yes. You close the H file.
Oh, Bishop H4 intermezzo.
Yes, because Hans wants Rook G1 aiming for checkmate, but Bishop H4 check.
It's not
allows the
over
king to
there.
Slide over.
It's totally not over because Hans will go Rook G1 check and Knight G5. So King. Oh, but you don't have anywhere good to put your king. Because if you put it on the E file, you allow a check. If you put it on the first rank, you block the rook. If you put it on the second rank, you block the rook.
King E2.
That's a funny situation.
Wait, King E2, GF, Rook G1 check.
King H8. Black is down a full queen and it's still not over.
Yeah.
I guess Rook G5 there forces Queen takes G5. Oh my god.
But then King G7 and Rook H8 forces the rooks off. So.
Oh, but is this C4? No. Okay, it's over.
I get your point though. With a pass deep on, there's some slight chances.
We're gonna see that happen though. I think.
Okay, Ivic thinking he's down to a minute left.
Okay, take the queen, Velimir.
We've seen what happens when he gets down to time trouble.
There are moments when he is just psyching himself out completely. He's seeing ghosts there, even though it is very scary after Knight G5 in that position, and he does take it.
Yeah, Rook G1 is forced.
Robert, this is a ridiculous position. White is down a full queen.
And Knight G5.
Rook
E8. E8 check. King F1. Rook E1 check.
Oh my god, there's a ridiculous line, but Rook takes E1.
No, where's the king going?
No, Rook E1, King D1. Rook E,
Sorry, I said King F1. If King F1, there's Rook E1.
Yeah, but I go King D1, I go to C1. Oh
no,
my god.
Wait, I take on D5?
King C1.
Rook E1, Rook E1. Okay, I can
and
run
then you
with
just
my
make
king.
a move, Queen A2.
That's bizarre.
But Ivic is down to 20 seconds. He's going to lose.
Oh my gosh.
He's going to lose.
He's thinking down 18 seconds. Oh my gosh, you can't find a move here.
He can't find a move. He's got to give a check on E8, then take D5, and then distract the rook on G1 with a rook E1 check.
He just has to go. He goes Rook E8.
Oh, he's got no time. King D1. Hans has to find it.
Yeah, he'll do it.
He'll do it. He has no other choice. Hans is having a great time.
Yeah, because he doesn't know that he's completely lost. I'm sure he...
Rook E1, Rook E1.
Is there even a checkmate after Rook H4?
Oh, there's Knight H7 check.
Okay, come on. Knight H7.
Oh my god!
that was the most ridiculous thing ever. And if oh my gosh,
Oh,
take
Rook
it.
D1, he want the queen back. It's still not over. Oh, it's not over. 1 second.
Ivic got to move. Oh my god, he had 0.9 seconds. He pre-moved that one.
Rook F8.
Okay,
Oh, a great move.
And rook E3 and rook takes E2.
Rook C2, and he's taking everything.
And he pre-moved. Oh, he gave it the C pawn.
Oh, why did he do that?
I don't know.
Take some pawns, Ivic. What is he doing? King D4.
He is not playing well in the bullet parts of his games.
Not at all. And I don't think he's a bad bullet player. I think he's just getting incredibly nervous.
Yeah,
Rook
I think
E7.
bullet's easier to play when your opponent also has one.
Don't go King B6.
Oh, he did.
Oh my god, Knight C4. Ivic is losing his ever-loving mind in these time scrambles. And it's still winning?
No. This is the key.
Oh, we might lose.
We might lose on time, that's for sure.
And you might lose on the board. F7.
F7,
Oh,
King B5.
King D7, I guess.
Oh, I was thinking King B5 and just running with my pawns.
Oh my god. Talk this through. I need to replace my headphones.
Okay, well, F7
Take the rest of this game.
Sure. King goes to B5, and that way the rook moves away from F8. The F7 pawn was hanging. That's why King went to E6. And now Black will start pushing the pawns and use the King and the pawns.
Okay.
At best, it should be. He almost flagged.
I saw. And it's a draw. Yeah, King D5. White's king is close enough.
Exactly. King D5, King B2, King C5, A2. King takes pawn. Queen.
Oh my god. Hans drew that.
And Hans is just laughing. Look at him. You have to bring up that game and show Knight H7.
Okay. So Ivic is not laughing. Hans is laughing.
Ivic is, I think, fuming.
Okay, so this was the critical position after King G7, Knight H7. Whoa, what is happening the next game? Oh, Ivic was so tilted. Oh, he played A5.
What do you mean Ivic is tilted? Ivic is white.
Oh, Ivic is white?
Yeah.
Oh, he's like already worse with white after E4, A5. But okay, Knight H7 check. The point is to cover these squares. And if you take it, you get mated. So Black has to go back to H8 and look at this position.
Yeah, what a mess.
Oh my god. Anyways, we're back to the next game. Don't breathe. E4, A5. Hans is trying to tilt him further. And Hans is doing as good as you can be doing after E4, A5.
Yeah, I thought you were doing well, but the way you put it is nice. Yeah, well, if you're playing A5 on the first move, this is the best you could hope for.
Why did Ivic allow A3? Like, in this moment, just go A3. Why allow this?
He probably didn't want to be bothered, and yeah, he should have done that. But he thought that developing naturally would be good, and now it's an imbalance, right? Where Black has a pair of knights. Now Knight takes G5. Looks perfectly fine. The Bishop A6 to follow. This could turn out really badly for White.
Yeah. Do you just go Queen H5 or F5?
Yes.
Just Queen H5 and tear Black apart on the king side.
Yeah, and I would have taken that knight on G5 for sure. And here's Queen to H5. And
someone in the chat is saying,
Well, sorry, what are they saying?
No, go ahead.
No, you go.
Someone was saying, Han's about to get a call from Hikaru. Stop giving away my candidates prep.
Oh, gosh. And here at F5,
saying.
I mean, this is just overwhelming.
Over.
You can't take on G5 with the pawn because you lose your rook. And knight takes G5, just bishop takes back. Again, that rook is loose. The F7 square is a problem. F takes E6. Gosh. I think what might happen is like knight G5, bishop G5, and F E6, queen E6, rook takes F7. That's like probably how this game's going to end.
Hans is acting frustrated. Like, why am I in this situation? Well, gee, I wonder. Maybe it was your opening choice?
You mean E4, A5 isn't advisable against very strong grandmasters?
Hey, we learn new things every day in this job.
We certainly do. And yeah, Hans is now thinking maybe he should have thought a little more before opening with a rook pawn.
Jesus.
Yeah, this is really, really bad. And trying to come up with a single move for Black, I just don't see one.
There are no moves. This is over. This is over.
Yeah, this is knight g5, bishop g5. I don't see a follow-up with f takes e6 coming. The king is in the center. You can't just leave your king in the middle of the board while all the enemy pieces are coming after it.
And why is the event bar only showing like 3.7? That's what I'm wondering, because I would imagine that this is just... Okay, rook f8. That's actually probably a good defensive move. And does white go f6 here?
I was wondering
No, then
about that.
g6.
Then queen takes h6, and at the very least, you're up a pawn.
Maybe taking on e6 and going bishop f5 is a better idea.
Yes. In fact, that looks crushing.
Yep.
I mean, if worst comes to worst, you can just move your bishop back and take on e6 and say your king's never finding shelter, and he does that. But Ivic has had this problem today, Danya, where he's had great positions, tactically pretty much won, and then he hasn't put Hans away and then failed to secure the full point.
And it's very important for him not to get into here we go again mode. Yeah, that's what happens very often. That's the reason why you keep failing to win these positions. You're getting in your own head. And bishop f5, there's this weird move g6, right? Counterattacking white's queen. And I'm not actually sure that that's convincing at all.
Although d5 will fall at the end of that, so...
Yeah, but then c6? You're going to have to sack your exchange.
Oh, my rook on f1's hanging. I didn't even think about that.
Ivic is... I don't know how to describe his emotional state right now.
He's pensive at the moment. Okay, you take on d5, c6, you move your bishop back. After
b3.
Yeah, b3 is even better because you take back on f1, put your rook on f6, and you start, or on f5, and start winning all the pawns.
Yeah, I mean, these two bishops are just slicing through the board, cutting off the arteries in black's position. He does go bishop f3. And he gives up a2. I wasn't sure that was strictly necessary. I guess he wants to take on h5 and go e6. Or even e6 immediately.
Oh my gosh, the black king's gonna get mated in the center.
Oh.
So there's a pretty powerful bishop over there on h4.
This is completely winning.
You know what face Ivic is giving right now? That he's bored.
Yeah.
It's like, this one's over.
Whoa. Okay, makes sense, but c3?
Right, start with c3. You do not want to give that d4 pawn with tempo against that bishop over on h4. So if c3, then c5, then you go and take on h5 and play e6.
God, if this is the 5-minute portion, I wonder what the 3+1 is going to look like.
I don't know. I mean, I'm already a little too riled up from what we've seen thus far, but this looks convincing now. e6.
Okay, no, come on, e6. E6 resigns.
And c6 is hanging for good measure, but e6 first?
No, but Ivic is he's just not convincing at all in these technical segments. He's rushing moves that he should be taking his time in and then doing the opposite as well.
And great move by Hans, great find there. dc5, rook takes h4, and then the game becomes messy. So do not take the knight on c5. He can make the move, for example, rook f6, just bringing that rook up into the attack. c6 is hanging, h6 is hanging, e6 now is a threat because the f7 pawn is pinned.
Rook f6 ends the game immediately. And he finds a great stuff by Ivic there. Knight d7, rook e6 is mate.
Oh, goodness.
That is dirty and nasty.
Yeah, that's mean.
Velimir needs a dose of nasty right now. As Greg Popovich once said, show me some nasty.
He takes an f7, and that protects a2 for good measure.
Oh, yeah, it does. Good call. Bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6, or even pawn e6, and then can you just go e6, e7?
Yeah. Oh my God. And e6, king d6.
Okay, then I'll just move my rook to f4.
Yeah, and then go e7.
I meant if you went king c7, I would have played e7.
But king d6, rook f4, knight g5.
Oh. Good point. That's how these games go from completely winning to suddenly messy. So maybe after king d6, rook takes h6, just take the pawn and then threaten e7.
Okay, fine. I concede the point.
No, but your defense was stubborn. Rook f4 would be a huge mistake.
And Ivic is not fooled, and Hans will resign here. Oh, or he will play rook a2, e7, king c7, and hope that Ivic takes the queen and gets mated with rook a1.
Yeah, I think after bishop takes a2 there, yeah, then Hans will resign.
The flames of resistance are extinguished.
He's going for it, though.
Okay, Velimir. Don't you play h3. Don't you take that queen. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, a little too strong at the blunder, mate in 1. And now it's once again an even match. This has been a bizarre man. b4 now. So Hans is just toying with every single opening.
And he played a3, so he didn't even play the main line, which was bishop e2.
Yeah, I think Hans is just trying to have a good time.
Velimir finally betrays a smile.
And this
match is
could
tied.
Be the final game of the 5+1 segment, because these games have been going the distance, and with 9 minutes remaining and the players having nearly their starting times, this very well could be the final match of the 5+1.
Yeah, and this is obviously not that offbeat of an opening. I never liked these setups for white. I always feel like black gets this massive attack on the king side. Eventually black goes like knight f8, knight g6. The other knight comes to g4. h5 is a great move. And then just, I guess d5 hangs.
Yeah, but knight f8 right now looks like a good choice. And if queen b3, there's always bishop e6. So I'm here for knight f8 for sure.
Black went h5 and then I'll castle.
It's funny because sometimes you can play like this. It just feels like Velimir isn't really playing in sync, right? And yeah, as you're pointing out, g4 is an idea for white, just to blast open the king side, and you probably wish your pawn were not on h5.
Yeah, I think Hans is just better here. I mean, maybe black should play h4. You cannot allow g4. Never mind. I guess you can allow g4.
And what's okay? Queen b3 first.
Whoa, I would have considered taking on c4, but that's just me.
Yeah, I like this move knight b6 a lot because it forces white to clarify things. The tension is gone, and that means g4 loses much of its power.
Yeah, but b5 acquires some power.
It's true.
Although, what do you do from now?
Knight f8, knight g6. So now finally the knight is going to work its way around.
Rook e6 looks like a watertight defensive move.
And it's good for a future attack. If you play h4, move the knight, bring rook to g6, it's always a possibility that the rook plays a part.
Hans, I think, will not resist. I think he will play g4.
He resisted at least for one turn. I don't like g4. I like the spirit, but not the move itself.
Well, I don't like you, so.
I already knew that. It's okay. How about h4 here for black? Because after g4, knight h7, g5. This is thematic and really, really bad for white. So he takes.
Whoa. Oh, and he castles. That makes sense. So Hans opening the G file preliminarily and then castling.
Mm-hmm. And
pressing the eject button.
With the G file open, you sometimes have to watch out for knight takes e4 ideas. That seems ridiculous, but knight takes e4, pawn d5, just throw everything open.
And here we go again, Robert, with the queen side blasting open. Do you go like BC and bishop e5 here?
I like it. And he goes rook b8 first. I think that's a very prudent move. But you do not want that bishop on b2 open and unopposed. So that's why you're putting that bishop on e5 for black.
Right.
This looks
on still at 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm. It looks iffy for white, and that's putting it gently.
Yeah, the question is, which pawn will Velimir take?
Oh my gosh. You didn't have to do it.
Just try that.
Yeah, you didn't have to do it, Danya. This is a weird position, though, for black, because as you're saying, you could take, he takes on c5, and he plays bishop e5, so he's following your advice, but in comes the knight, potentially even to d4.
This has a lot of potential to go very wrong for black. Like, the moment you allow a knight to come to d4, you're in trouble.
Yeah, the c5 pawn will be passed, and a knight blockading black's d pawn, that doesn't look that appealing.
So what do you do here? Do you take on b5? I mean, it's very tempting to do that. Otherwise, white could go a4 and solidify the pawn.
I guess you have to then. As you're pointing out, a4 is not a move you want to see happen. And then cb, knight b5, bishop takes b2 check. If queen takes b2, there's stuff happening down the b file. Hard to fully assess the damage.
It's a very complex position. Maybe some knight f3 move at some point, because the bishop is a little bit overloaded defending both at the same time.
That's a good point. And he does, in fact, take on b5. So Hans, he is not forced to play knight takes b5, but what other moves is there? Rook g5 comes to mind. And he instead takes on b5 first. I like your knight f3 move. I like that
and
a
he
lot.
plays it.
Yeah,
good stuff by Ivic.
Good call by you, because the bishop on e2 is overloaded, and if you take on e5 now, the knight can come back and capture, and that knight went from h4 to e5 in a moment's notice.
Yeah, Hans's position is, there's a lot of weaknesses on both sides of the board, and he's not putting the g file to any good use right now. He, in fact, moves the rook away from the g file to the d file. This can't be good for white anymore. I mean, bishop e6, I guess there's a4 defending the knight.
Right.
So maybe not there.
Yeah, maybe bishop d7. Oh, he plays bishop a6, allowing a4.
Hans takes on e5 first.
Knight takes e5 for sure. Oh, he takes with the rook.
Whoa.
I'm not liking the trajectory of this game. I think for Ivic, he should be very worried right now.
And don't fall asleep on the c pawn. It's not just going to sit there forever.
No, for sure not. And it could be bishop takes f3 followed by knight d4 at some point. I mean, there could just be knight d4 anyway. Queen e7.
Okay. I can get behind this.
Is he just going to play like rook c8, knight d7, and go for that c5 pawn?
Yeah, so again, one of the themes of this match is the pawn a strength or a weakness, right? And again, it's unclear.
It certainly is unclear. I would move my bishop and play a6. I think I need to open the b file. So bishop c8 here, then a6 to follow, and there could be some big trouble for white.
You could redeploy the bishop to e6, try to aim at the knight image, though going back to e8, a little bit passive, but I think he's trying to get knight c7 in. And Hans allows it.
And knight 7 is great. Knight c7, bishop e2.
Knight d5, though?
Queen e8.
Black has to have
Queen
something.
e8.
Oh, attacking a4.
Yeah.
Great catch. And Ivic has plenty of time to find that.
Yeah, that king is exposed, and you can't take the bishop on e2 because queen a4 followed by taking on b3 at least a mate.
Oh! You didn't see it.
Queen e6, but okay. Queen e2, rook takes d5. I get it.
Yeah, but queen e8 was devastating. I was going to say I'm worried he'll play queen a6, and he did.
This doesn't look half bad, though, for black.
No.
And
Hans
trades there.
Rook b1, where is the... Can you get to this a4 pawn? I mean, rook b4, king a3. Maybe just get this knight around. The knight has done its job on f3.
That's a great move. Knight e5 to d3 is excellent. White is frozen. So bring the knight towards the attack makes perfect sense. And then you can figure out how to proceed from there. But
And Velimir is just leaving opportunities on the table left and right. King a3.
And a5. Okay, he wants to cement that rook in there. Knight e5 now.
Knight takes a5, though.
And
but then you take b1.
But then queen takes queen c5, queen b4, and I think white holds on barely.
And there's a perpetual, which I guess black isn't too unhappy about. Hans is calculating this line right now. Oh, he did it.
All right, so rook takes b1 is forced. I don't know what Velimir's thinking about. Queen b4.
And queen c1. And we're going to have probably another game.
Wow, 40 seconds remain here. Although Velimir, I was going to say, if queen b2, can he play queen c7?
Ooh. And I guess queen back to b4, there's knight d3.
Yeah, no, I think that you could play for more, even though you're down a pawn, because White's king is not. Oh,
Speaking
Hans-
of playing for more, oh my god, this is so dangerous.
I think he's playing for less. This is a really risky choice. Queen b1.
But the king is escaping to a3, and it's pretty safe there. Oh, king c4. Oh my god.
Wow.
He has no fear.
Okay, so queen f1 check is next at minimum. Oh,
I
knight
apologize.
d1.
This will be the last. That's a great move, exposing the backside.
Oh gosh, knight b2 check.
Knight b2, but king b5, it's still equal. No, it's not equal anymore.
King b5.
Queen f1.
Oh, he trades the
Oh,
queen.
queen d3. Oh,
He's
you can't stop
promoting.
the pawn. Oh, 97, 95 though. Hans
Wow.
somehow gets back in time.
Oh my gosh, that was brilliant. So
Oh, can black stop the pawn
king-
after d1 queen?
King e8. Bring your king over. Start with the king.
Make a move.
Oh my gosh, you have 1 second left. King, bring it.
King b6 though, there's knight c4 check, and you
And king
force
b-
the king back.
King b6, even king c8, right? I can just
Oh yeah.
run my king. Or can I? No, a6.
Oh, knight a4, knight a4 check.
Oh, he flags! He flags! And look at Hans. Jubilation. And
Oh my god, knight
Ivic,
a4 resigns.
he was stuck in mud.
Or no, king c6. Oh my god.
Wow, this is just an absurd ending there.
Knight c3, a7. So knight a4 is wrong. You have to go here.
But he was probably
Oh,
worried
but
about...
then a7.
Exactly, that's what he was worried about. And getting
What was the
checkmated.
move?
Knight c4,
I guess knight
maybe.
c4 check.
And
Yeah.
just take on e3.
Oh my lands. This is probably the craziest 90 minutes we have had in JSCC history.
It's impossible to wrap our heads around the positions, and for the players, they're doing their darn best. But right now, Hans Niemann with a 5-4 lead thanks to a flag in the final game. The players will get much deserved rest. We'll try to do the same, and in return, it's the shorter time patrol, 3-minute plus 1 second increment here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG.
Hi everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking two minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking two major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's two rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than one piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking two enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The World Chess Champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
The Women's Speed Chess Championship is returning this month. The WSCC is the most important online tournament for title women in the world. Stay tuned to chess.com for all the action, which begins very soon here at chess.com. And Danya, the action will continue here at the JSCC very shortly as Hans Niemann has a 1-point lead, and he has made his way through several time scrambles, several losing positions, and it's been anybody's match, but Ivic, he seems to be struggling in some critical moments.
And he needs to focus on the bright side right now. He's only down one. He's had all of these blown games, winning positions that Hans has somehow climbed out of, even just the last game, right? A game in which Ivic was in the driver's seat the entire time. That's been the narrative in a lot of these games. Gets low on time, gets nervous, and Hans is ridiculously tricky. But all of that being said, he's one win away from tying the match, and he has to accelerate his pace of play as we start the 3+1 portion, Robert. He cannot allow himself to get into the same time situations every game.
And we do often see people who play a little bit more slowly in the 5+1. They do amp it up here in the 3+1. They're just more accustomed to the time control. And now Hans thinking in the Berlin, and we're going to get one of these solid lines. Nothing spectacular. Ooh, okay, I take it back.
And I like to play a line where you play d4 and then bishop a4. Ivic going for a similar line, but he might also just... This might just be a different elaborate move order where you recapture e5.
Yeah, you know, your lines involve a knight c3 to d5 jump. often. And Hans just gives the pawn back and plays d5 himself.
Whoa, this is playing so quickly. And Ivic, I think, has gotten himself a pretty pleasant position here. That knight on c6 could be fully restricted by... Never mind, it actually is just captured.
Yeah, sorry, what knight are you talking about? What was
No,
that?
I didn't say anything. I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth.
Oh,
Okay, 95. I can get behind this.
Yeah, just a little loosey-goosey.
D6. Yeah, definitely loosey-goosey.
Knight c6, queen goes all the way up to h4, followed by pawn to f5, and then black could be winning in a few moves.
Yeah, this is more than a little loosey-goosey. Maybe it's time to play a solid move like c3, paving the way for the queen to join the defense from f3.
I just don't understand playing g4 and then thinking. You know, it just feels like Ivic hasn't found his footing in several of these games, and he plays bishop f4, which is a good move. It's bringing another piece towards the defense of his king, and now we're going to get obstacle bishops.
Yes, we are, and the pawn on g4 is sticking out like a sore thumb. It could be targeted by a well-timed f5, such as right now. Hans plays it, and Robert, I think that's an instructive move because a lot of people would think, well, this gives up a huge outpost. But black wants to work around that outpost, right? The outpost is not preventing black from playing on the king side. I like the move f5 from a practical perspective.
Right, and now I think for Ivic, he didn't even think about the move f4 himself. It seems weird to throw that pawn forward. But if it's f3, if he was worried about his f-pawn, putting on f4 solved all of his issues, right? The bishop and pawn defend one another. g4 is already defended. There isn't a clear way for black to attack. But after f takes g4, is he planning to play h takes g4 and limit the scope of the bishop on g6, which otherwise would have sat on e4?
To be honest, I thought queen h4 was more appealing to me, but I guess there's a specific reason that it's not that effective. He plays it.
King g2?
But then f4, and you can't stop queen g3.
Oh, wait.
I guess even that is probably fine. You just go queen e2 there.
Interesting definition of fine, but...
Not getting mated imminently.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. Queen e2, queen g3 check, king f1, queen takes h3 check, queen g2, because the queen trade, of course, will be helpful for white. You're not going to get checkmated. c7's under attack, f4 is on a dark square, the bishop on e5 is great. But this just feels like you're stumbling into a decent position rather than calculating it in advance.
But he plays it. King f1, queen g2.
What a sequence this has been.
Watch Hans just bishop c2.
Nah. So queen g2, if you trade queens, yeah, c2 is not really that easy to grab because it opens the c file, and that could actually turn out really
that
nice.
is like the least appealing pawn. That's like when you order fried calamari and all you have left are these like bigger pieces that nobody wants.
I didn't know where you're going with that one, but
you know what I'm
point
talking
taken.
about, though.
Yeah, and okay, it's even material, and the bishop for white, doing well attacking the f4 pawn. The bishop for black doing well, putting pressure on c2. But white's king surprisingly safe, despite what looked initially like it would be a problem.
Completely safe. And the f4 pawn is a weakness. It's a liability. Although maybe sacrificing it is not such a bad idea. It opens up the f file.
And I'd play bishop e5 here. Maybe rook e5 actually. But either way, I don't really want to take that rook on e8. Whoa. Oh!
Whoa! Bishop f8, bishop d3. What a tactic!
Wow.
That's incredible.
That was quick vision. If queen takes c2, queen h1 check, followed by queen h2 check, scooping up that queen with a skewer.
Scooping up that queen, and in the other line, you scoop up the rook on e1, and then you scoop up the bishop on f8.
Yes, you take everything with check and then win a piece. So Ivic, he's very fortunate in this game that his blunders are not punishable by immediately losing the game, right? So
Hans, yeah, wow.
It's crazy.
Hans has found so many great ideas, and he doesn't have all that much to show for it. I like how that bishop was just chilling on c2.
Yeah.
Now it finally has to move.
Okay,
and now Hans bringing his rook in.
Queen h2, trading the queens.
Oh, because c6 is also hanging.
Right.
But you can't take it immediately, obviously, and he finds a great defense by Ivic.
Wow, I cannot believe Ivic is hanging in there after 2 really big oversights.
Let me ask a rather crazy question. Could he be better in that endgame? Because if Black loses c6, Black's pawns start falling like flies.
Yeah, because bishop b5 went by b3 and a4. I see your point. Ugh. And Hans
Exactly.
have 15 seconds.
For maybe the first time in the match, Hans is the one in time pressure.
Okay. So
Yeah, I
king
don't know about
g2.
that. Yeah, you got to keep the king within striking distance of the pawn.
And Ivic is the one ahead on the clock, but he's spending his time here.
What was that about being ahead on the clock?
For now, king f2, d3, and there's no more d pawn.
But you can't go king e1 because
c7.
f3 hangs. What about g6? No.
See, I liked rook c7 to not allow that king out to f7.
Whoa! Oh, he wants
takes.
rook h8. Rook
No, take
h8.
that. Oh my gosh, that rook
I feel like Hans is going to win this game.
Takes, rook takes, and there's rook takes f4. That's huge. Rook f4.
Oh, and king e3, and you
then rook
open up
d4.
the gates.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still not over bishop f1, and Hans has that one extra pawn, pass pawn rather. King f5.
Oh my gosh, king f5 sets up a mate.
Or does it? Because king takes d3.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Where's he gonna go?
King
13
f4
seconds. Bishop c5 and take the a7 pawn.
Then king e5.
And f4 check. He plays king f4.
Does king f4.
Okay,
I move! Hans is gonna flag! Oh my god, Hans just completely forgot about his clock. That's so uncharacteristic.
Do you see that? I'm glad we can't hear what he said. I think they were bleeped out there.
Definitely would have been bleeped out.
He was just like sitting calmly, and then he loses on time, and then he is not a happy camper.
That was quite the 180, but that was a phenomenal defensive effort by Ivic. That, in some ways, Robert, I think that was maybe his best game of the match. Yeah. I know that he missed a lot of moves, and Hans found great ideas, but he never lost his composure. And Hans took 17 seconds on move 2.
And I think Hans said what the chat usually says in situations like that, F, right? That's how that goes?
F.
Yeah, exactly. All that needs to be said. Now we're back to this line, Danya. Knight c3 to e2. A funny opening line, but the point is that white at some point is going to strike with c3. I was going to say c3,
in the second game that they had here, Velimir, I think, played an early g5. Here he goes back to the initial plan of g6. And he needs to show slightly better play than he did in the first game they reached in this position.
Yeah, his bishop was on e7 in that game. So he goes back to the original plan. He does play g5.
We go again.
And this is what you were
Start your
saying.
engines.
Happy memories, right? Even if objectively it may not be the best thing, he won a very convincing game from the black side by throwing his pawns up the king side.
Yeah, but this doesn't have the same luster for whatever reason here. I don't remember off the top of my head what the differences are between the first time they reached this position, but it feels like black is playing it down at like 8 tempi now.
Yeah, the bishop was on e7 and white had put a pawn on h4 and black was able to blast open that side of the board. So now white can choose to do so. f3 is not out of the question. Just because your king is on g1 doesn't mean you can't push pawns in front of your king and open up the f file.
Great point. It covers the e4 square. Hans battling for the e4 square with knight g3.
Takes, and now we'll take the bishop.
Velimirovich.
And now I think f3 is coming.
Castle, castle, castle.
You sound like kids at a camp, just all chanting for no real reason, just because
I hated that.
The unison.
Ugh, I hated the beer bottles of beer on the wall on the trip to field trips. I hated that. Mm-hmm. And then my biggest pet peeve, I've shared this before, the assembly speaker. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I didn't hear you. And it's like 7:30 a.m. and
a little morning reveille there.
Right.
You sound like you're a little bitter about this. Do you want to open up about it some more?
I'm just an old soul. I just like watching JSCC matches with Robert Hess.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I could be here with you. And I think this knight is about to gladly go to the c5 square because knight b3 trying to jump to c5. That could be a big problem for Black's king.
Could you play it anyway? Yeah, I was gonna say DE knight c5,
Queen e7 or queen d5. Yeah.
If white doesn't show something concrete there, obviously, don't fall asleep on Black's attack on the king side.
Right. And I think b6 is a move that a lot of people play. Say knight b3, trying to go c5. Let me take care of that. But then a4, a5 cracks open the queen side.
Velimer slipping on the clock as he tries to calculate the ramifications of the knight getting to c5. Unpinning his bishop.
g8. Yeah, the knight is free to move now. So knight takes e4 is a threat.
Oh, so queen a4 could be met with knight takes e4, and Black barely gets out of that.
So can you just play e takes d5, knight takes d5, and rook e1? Can chess be that simple?
It certainly can. I was also thinking on a similar... No, he does play ed.
Okay, knight takes d5 looks kind of forced.
Do you want to save your bishop, though? And he does. Bishop g3 is a great move.
And h4, this queen takes g4 check, which is very important.
And the king can't slip away to b8, which is also important. The king is kind of stuck on c8. And queen a4 is coming.
So can Black try f5 just to throw pawns at the enemy king?
You need to cut off this bishop. I like f5.
And Ivic thinking he plays it. Okay. Queen a4. Can I play f4 or are you going to go queen takes a7? I think you have queen a7 because queen a8 check is going to hurt.
Queen a... Han's going rook e1, but doesn't that help Black? Oh, but now queen a4 for sure.
But queen a4, a6?
a6. And if knight a6, then f4, but then the knight comes back to c5?
And then king b8, and I mean, you stole a pawn, but...
Yeah, Black is none the worse for wear. Han's going back. Oh, f4, bishop f4 is his idea. Oh, he missed it! He walked right into that.
Is a beautiful tactic, because the knight can't take, you lose the queen. If the queen takes b7 is mate. So the only move here is probably bishop f8 to take...
Oh! No. No.
Oh, take me eyes, but not me should. Oh, that hurts to look at.
Even rook e6 looks crushing. Han's going queen a4 though. Wait, was that imprecise?
Yeah, because bc5. No, bc5 or knight f4 as well. bc5, queen 6, knight c7.
Oh, and you're actually in the game.
But Ivic on 15 seconds left.
I don't know if he's gonna play. That's such a hard move to play. And he doesn't do it.
Queen a6, king b8, queen b6.
Oh, and queen c6. Oh, he wins everything. No, this is lost.
It must be. Han's thinking. Trying to figure out which order to take the pawns in.
Well, he's going to take all of them anyway, so you might as well start somewhere.
And
even knight a6.
Ivic's getting a few pre-moves. Knight a6, queen b7. Don't forget about queen takes g2 checkmate.
Oh my god, I completely forgot about that.
Right, it's one of those things where you're just like, I'm going for the attack, and then suddenly you get mated on g2.
I would do queen a5.
King
oh,
a8.
watch this happen.
Wait, where's he going?
Where's the win?
King
a7. Now he gives
a7.
the check.
Okay, I don't even see a move here.
Ooh.
Queen, he was the queen.
Oh, that is sexy. That is nasty.
That was wonderful geometry.
Oh. Jeez. What a game.
And it's only a 1-point spread right now. I feel like if you just had me quickly think about who's winning this match, I couldn't tell you because it's been going back and forth. And the players that have an advantage, sometimes they squander it. And Hans, he takes that one when all is said and done. And he's playing a main line from Black. No more e4, a5, Danya.
No more e4, a5. Yeah. And an open Ruy Lopez. This line has been very popular for many decades now. An early knight d4 by Ivic. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the theory here, so
I feel like mainline stuff is going to help Ivic because he's been spending quite a lot of time in the opening, but if it's theoretical, he can play very quickly. So queen d7 played. I think the bishop often slides back to c2 because knight takes e5 would be a blunder because f4, f5, all with tempo. The bishop on e6 could get trapped. It's starting to look unpleasant for Black. Knight takes b3.
Especially, look at that hole on c5.
Right. And I think black sometimes was knight takes b3, a5, and like a4, things like that. But the c5 square is just white's for the taking.
But I wouldn't put a knight there if it means allowing bishop takes c5, DC. Because black has full control on these light squares, which means white's not playing f5 in a million years, especially if black goes like g6, h5.
And white's one move away from... If the rook were already on c1 and then you could play knight c5,
oh yeah,
you'd be in business. Now, this is going well for Ivic so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think his advantage is big, but he's got a pleasant position.
Well, the problem for black is that the rook c1, right? At some point h3 is going to be played. You have to be very nervous by g4. You can't play h5 yourself to stop it. So you probably will have to move your f pawn and knight f3 played instead of any h3 stuff. So he's just...
preventing c5.
Yeah, preventing c5, also taking the sting out of any f pawn pushes. Okay. The best thing that Velimir is doing is playing fast.
But Hans is playing well.
Yeah, he is. Oh, he's handling this perfectly.
And all of a sudden, that looks awkward.
But okay, c5, there's ef6, and you have to take with the g pawn, which may not be bad, but it looks iffy.
It looks iffy. How many pawns have I managed to come up with his last name?
Too many. So ef6, gf6 once more. You do not want to allow that knight into e5.
No, you do not.
And now Ivic is thinking here. This is a very complex position. King h1.
Queen g4 also looks interesting.
To try to win peace, you sneaky guy.
Haven't had my lunch yet.
Me neither. Now that you mentioned, I'm getting hungry. D takes c5. There's no check on. See, that's why he went king h1. It was one of these situations where he didn't want to allow that capture with check. He can take on f6. Hans is perfectly happy to take back with the g pawn. The opening of that file could help black with that bishop on e4.
Yeah, it's hard to put a finger on the pulse of even who has the initiative here. I feel like it's black, though. I feel like the potential that these bishops are offering is tremendous. The king has no square, so don't fall asleep on queen g4 coming at the right moment and causing mate problems.
So bishop back, he wants to keep the pair of bishops. And when you have the bishop's advantage, if you trade one, the color complex of that piece can be your opponent's for the taking. So here, queen d2, bishop takes f3, gf3, and then we have to wonder, is it worth those double isolated pawns to open up the g file?
Well, under the right circumstances, it probably is, and these are the right circumstances. That f6 pawn is important if the black king is pushed to h8 later.
Yes, and bishop takes f4. There was rook takes c8. So here,
is there like knight g5?
There definitely is.
Okay, it's a move.
Like you want to play bishop takes g2 check after knight g5 just because the knight will be pinned, but the pawn f6 is still pinned, and here it comes.
There it is. Queen g4 could be a follow-up as well, hitting that rook. e6 square is weak. Black's position is starting to crumble just a little bit.
And d5 is very loose, so if you think you're just going to retreat your bishop and get away with it, there are already
bishop
tactics involving that pawn. Bishop
e5 is a
really
cool
nice
move.
And Hans thinking ahead on the clock. Can you play rook c2 because there's no longer knight takes e4?
Oh, that's scary. That might force rook g1.
But then
oh my god, all sorts of tactics there.
Yeah, but then maybe black's a little overextended, right? The bishop on e4 sort of covering everything, but also threatened, and it needs to stay protecting d5. It's messy. He goes for it. Rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1 is...
Is there rook takes g2?
Rook g2?
Bishop g2, and then bishop takes f4?
Oh my god. I completely forgot about that. Oh, bishop f6 at the end?
Oh, and queen takes d5. Look at you.
Oh, but is that winning? I mean, king h8? It might be a draw. That might be why the eval bar is showing zeros.
I can't even calculate what the piece situation is in that. So it's even material after all that.
But Hans going for the win. He's going for white's clock here.
Okay, so it takes, and now bishop... Oh, it goes b3.
Cold-blooded, getting that rook off of his back.
Wow, that was a great move. And queen d5 check is coming.
Queen g4 and rook d1, and he's unfurling his pieces.
Wow, that was amazingly done by Ivic here. Yeah,
But
queen
he needs to keep
f5.
playing fast. Don't go rook d1. That b3 pawn is hanging.
He goes rook a1, throwing rook a8, checkmate.
Wow, he's playing great. Bishop d4, queen b3 though.
And then queen b3. There's
Gotta make some luft. It's really hurting him that his back rank is so weak.
and he only has 10 seconds now. 9.9.
Bishop trade coming up.
Yeah, rook d8, b4 perhaps. You know that e4 pawn. It might just be a strength. It might end up winning black the game.
Well, the clock also might end up winning black the game.
Queen takes b5, steal that pawn. Then e3 was available.
But you got to take it and go rook
Queen takes
e1.
b5,
Take that
yeah.
pawn.
Oh,
He's just not seeing it, I think.
okay. Now he protects it.
Hans says, give him a second chance. Rook e2, blockade it.
Oh my gosh,
He's allowed e2.
because he had rook e2 and queen f6, I think.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah. And pray.
Okay, king h2 next.
Queen
There it is. Great move.
Rook g7 though.
Queen c8. Okay,
Back to
queen
g4. He can
back.
free move that. Back to c8 and back to g4 again.
Uh-oh. Queen g4. Queen takes b3 though. Black's
Oh,
stealing the pawn.
Oh. It's over.
Queen g4. Okay, he still has the check. Queen c8. Oh, it's queen
Or is
g8.
it? Oh my god, queen c5
Oh,
though.
great
Attacking
move, queen
everything.
c5.
It's
That was
not
a-
over.
Great find. Rook takes e3. You have to.
Oh my god, he doesn't take any of the pawns though, but he attacks f6.
Oh, he has rook. Oh,
No,
queen
but
f8.
then there's a draw. Queen f8. Oh, what a perpetual.
That was a brilliant blunder.
Oh my! Do you think he blundered it, or do you think he saw this perpetual?
I think he saw it. I think he saw it.
Oh my god! What a perpetual! What an idea!
That was
Rook
brilliant.
a2. Let me show that again.
Wow, he tricked him.
Oh my god! Because in time pressure, you think, well, of course he blundered his rook. Now, is Hans even win? I mean, it's not clearly winning because rook a8 is coming, but I think the move e2 probably wins the game for black.
Yeah, it's a little dicey with the king there, but that looks good. But the way he did this, rook a2,
Whoa.
you're thinking it's a blunder and then getting the forced draw.
And you don't want to take f6 here because the king escapes via g8. It's actually critical to get black's queen to block his own king. And this is a classic mechanism that has saved a lot of points over the years.
Wow, that was... I really thought it was a blunder. I saw the rook come off the board, and then I see, oh, queen of 8, queen of 6, and he survives. And now we get this odd Jabawa London setup, Danya. It's a change from what we've been seeing in the past bunch of games. But that bishop on g6, not a very good piece.
Right. And one typical idea for white eventually is to move the bishop away from f4 and replace it with a knight. And black experiences problems with the bishop and with the h-pawn if it drops back to h7. So Hans this is right in his wheelhouse. Bishop e5.
He loves this opening.
Okay, I think that it's very good.
You went full Grushuk on us. And I think black needs to play for c5 because you have no space. And knight takes g6, f takes g6. I think black is happy about that to open the rook towards that pawn f3.
Okay, because d4 is... Oh, now knight c4. Good idea by Velamer, actually, to get active counterplay.
So queen e2 can't take on d4? Oh, wait, maybe you can. Rook d1, queen e3?
Ooh, but queen d4, bishop f2?
Oh, that ends the discussion because queen e5, knight takes g6 then.
So he anchors the knight in with... And now if b3, then you take d4. So Hans defending the pawn.
All right, and now can you play queen a5 and threaten some kind of bishop takes a3? And he goes for it.
You have to. Hans is probably going to castle short, yeah.
Bishop a3, rook a1, queen b4.
You know, I would just go rook a d8 here.
Just chill.
Just chill.
Yeah, I'm just so focused on bishop takes a3. I want to make it work.
No, maybe you should play it because you won't have any more opportunities to do that.
And he goes
he plays
for
it.
Yeah.
And that was probably correct. Rook a1.
Oh, nice find there.
Oh, what a move! Because the knight hangs.
Yes. That was the purpose of this entire tactic, but now queen d4 is check, and the knight on c3 will be lost if b takes a3. So an extra...
Takes with the rook? What is the... Oh,
Exchange
I'm at a loss
sacrifice.
for words. And then he wants
Knight.
d5 and de.
The d5, queen
A lot of
c7? Yeah. I think queen goes back to c7 to attack the knight on f4, and I don't feel like white has quite enough.
Whoa,
How many
another
times
counter-attacking
has
moves.
Ivic gone queen a5 back to b6 and vice
And
versa?
attacked something. Queen A3 maybe.
Okay, knight back to d6. So black is up an exchange and a pawn, and yet the advantage isn't that tremendous, it says.
Not at all, because Hans has control over all these dark squares on knight e5, bishop g3, and the position is pretty close, so the rooks are obviously not operating to their full potential at the moment.
And Hans with a big lead on the clock, so that's going well for him as per usual. And rook a to c8. Wow, queen b2, b4, or rook a1, both ideas now.
It almost feels like Hans is in control of the game, even though he's down so much material. Knight e2, knight f4 is also coming.
That's a really good idea. And then the c6 pawn is loose. The problem for black is there are no pawn breaks right now. You're stuck. You're waiting for white to put pressure on a square, and you defend that square. But as you just point out, knight e2 to f4 looks very strong. Knight a2 to b4.
A2. Whoa. How about them apples?
Okay, but queen b7, and if knight b4, I want to play a5, but I guess you can take on c6.
Gosh, the dark squares are just gaping weaknesses for black.
Yeah. This is not pleasant. Down to 40 seconds. Look at the huge lead on the clock for Hans.
Here comes the knight to b4.
And a5, just knight takes c6 there. So you can't protect c6. So he goes rook c7, just trying to double in the c file.
Hans grabs the pawn and secures the knight. But how effective how dangerous is this for black? That knight it looks good, but it might not be operating to its full potential either.
Oh, there's like pins everywhere and discoveries. He goes rook c8, trying to avoid a blunder of anything on the e file.
Queen moves up to a3, knight f5. Does he want to? What is happening here?
I am having a tough time evaluating this. He goes a6 to save the pawn.
Very calm move.
Rook c1, king h7.
Whoa.
Play that very.
Wait, he had rook e5. He had rook e5.
Oh goodness. Wait, there was. Oh yeah, no, the rook e5 was just good.
That one apiece, and Hans doesn't give him a second chance.
But now he's getting to the d6 square, and
I feel like somebody's gonna blunder a queen here.
The light squares are blacks for the taking all of a sudden.
And now the d5 pawn is weak. Hans's position is starting to collapse.
Oh, great move, queen a3.
What a move! He missed rook e5, and he sees this move.
Yeah, Ivic with his queen in this game has been a miracle.
Oh, queen c1, queen f4.
Knight h4. Does that work?
Knight
d6,
knight e4. He's all over him.
Yeah, queen f1 as well. Queen b2. How many different ideas does black have?
Right.
Oh gosh. Queen
knight f5.
It's mate.
Oh! Oh my god.
Oh, and that is the final game before our midway break here. And Danya, once again, this match is tied.
This has been among the most entertaining matches we've seen, and they have gone back and forth. And Ivic seems to have been on the back foot for most of this match, but he's finding amazing moves at the right moment, right? He's finding great moves in critical moments. He's playing a lot better in time pressure, and wow, 0-0.
Yeah, and that game was his queen gliding back and forth, using the dark squares to his benefit. He evens up the match score, but Hans is not going to be deterred. We'll see how this match continues here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG when we return in just a few minutes.
Hey everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again with another Chess Terms and Tactics Explained. Today's tactic is the pin, which is an immobilizing tactic, a tactic that restricts and, as you can kind of see, holds the enemy pieces down so that you might bring more firepower to them, hopefully win material down the road. We start out with a basic description. One of the most common ways you see a piece pinned is right before your eyes. A bishop pinning a knight to a major piece. Often the queen or the king is what you see here. Obviously, the knight moving out of the way allows the queen to be taken, so usually not an ideal thing to do. Hence, one of the most common examples of a pin, the bishop to the knight. The next pin is an absolute pin. An absolute pin means it is against the rules. You absolutely cannot move that piece, and it allows for slightly more powerful types of tactics. When the king is involved, the buck stops right there. Here we see the queen sacrifice herself on d7, moving the rook into a pin by the bishop on h3, and that allows for the checkmate to follow, white bringing the rook all the way down to the e8 square. An absolute pin is the type of pin you can hang your hat on, for lack of a more awkward, cringy pun, right? TM, awkward puns by Danny Wrench. Take that, Danya. Who's got the awkward puns now? This example really shows you what's at stake when the king is involved. Absolute pins really immobilize the enemy pieces because they simply cannot move per the rules of the game. Our next relative pin is also just designed to show that while the knight can legally move, probably not something you want to do because the queen will hang. Okay, and with that last description, we're going to jump over to our real game example. This taken from the World Chess Championship match between Alexander Aljohin and Jose Raul Capablanca long ago. This is one of the most amazing, one of my favorite examples of the power of a pin. It started with the move f4. Really a nice move to put the black queen on an even worse square than whence she stood on the centralized e5 point. With the queen completely out of the way and no chance you could ever move this rook and safeguard the lady, white now eliminates the knight on e4 and spends every move from here on out preparing to bring the rook to gang up on the relative pin. Now, why can't white do that right away? Bringing the rook to c1 would allow black to take with check, as the only thing that's more valuable perhaps than a hanging queen is a hanging king. White would have to take back, and Aljohin would have gained absolutely nothing for the pin. So instead, Aljohin plays the brilliant king f2, getting the king off of the checking square. Only then, after protecting the threat of a check on h4 with g3, does white bring the rook to c1 and ultimately see his opponent, Jose Raul Capablanca, resign. Hope you're enjoying the Chess Explained Terms breakdown. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show that you're watching right now. I'm going to let you get back to it with the team, and I will see you around on chess.com.
And as we return here in the matchup between Hans Niemann and Velimir Ivic, we look once more at their insights. And we see, and it should surprise nobody at this point, that Velimir Ivic, he loses on the clock much more than Hans Niemann does. But I guess this might be a bit surprising, Danya. He also wins on time more.
Yeah, and I think he's shown in the last couple of games that you kind of called it. A lot of players, you watch them in 5 minutes and you think they're going to lose on time every game. And then they amp it up. They adjust. They start playing more intuitively, and that's what Ivic has done in the last game, and that bodes well for his chances thus far.
For sure, and he definitely is right in this match, and the Smarter Chess predictions brought to us by ChessGoals.com initially said that Hans, he'd be a bit of a favorite. I believe it was about 65 to 70% in Hans's favor. That does make sense, but right now, Velimir Ivic has been every bit Hans's equal.
Absolutely. And I'm so excited to see what happens in the second half of the 3-minute portion. Will somebody pull away? Will somebody blow open the doors? The way it's been going now, it doesn't seem that way.
And let's see if we get another mainline Spanish here, because Hans has played a5 on move 1. Now that they're going toe-to-toe.
Uh-oh. Hans is thinking.
Oh, he plays e5. Okay, so he's going back to the king's pawn. And Daniel, I felt like at first this would be good for Ivic, but the way Hans handled that game was masterful.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, we're seeing Ivic's choice from early in the match, d3 anti-Berlin. And Hans Fianchettoing's bishop. Whoa. This is some home cooking.
These positions can go south very quickly for black. You know, we've talked about this where I played these Steinitz deferred types of positions, and you have to, you can't take on d4 so quickly because the center gets blasted open. And here, white just gains space. This is a King's Indian.
I actually remember a game in the Steinitz deferred where you played some, really cowardly 2300 who played h3 early. Do you remember who that was? Tiny little kid.
Probably
holding
you.
A teddy bear.
Definitely you.
I did not. I didn't bring a teddy bear to the games. I actually think I did when I was maybe like 7.
Well, you were the cowardly lion in that game, and somehow you gained your courage. But this is like a King's Indian gone wrong for black, because that light square bishop is a very important piece.
Yeah. So I like the King's Indianness of it, but I don't like the absence of the bishop.
And queen b3. And this is just standard plans at this point. And here's a big choice. He could have taken with the e pawn, but he instead goes for the c pawn, just keeping the pawn structure symmetrical.
And speaking of King's Indian attacks, Hans expanding on the king's side. And It's not so easy for white to whip up play on the queen side, is it?
Well, knight c4 does threaten knight takes e5. So you need to watch out for that tactic, at least for a turn. So maybe it gives white the momentum at that moment, but I do believe the king will probably run to the h-file. Oh,
And Hans is doing a great job of setting up kingside play, and he allows it.
yeah, that's
But
surprising.
it's not the end of the world. Is it the end of the world? Because bishop c5 could be coming with a skewer later.
Yeah, so it was just an oversight. And even if objectively it's okay for black, when you get hit with a tactic like that, it can often just scare you more than anything.
Whoa, and that's a great restraint by Hans, because now he's keeping all of the advantages of his kingside play, and the knight is sort of suspended in midair. So if you go back, you allow gf.
D takes e5 is not actually a threat because still d6 check. So I wonder if there's a move here for white, whether it's a rook d1 or rook c1, maybe, I don't know what else. F takes g4 is possible, but the knight is not quite hanging just yet.
This is really concerning, though. Velimir burning a lot of time, and Hans seems really confident in these types of positions.
Yeah, what a move. Queen e8, just calmly getting the queen out of danger. And Ivic burning that clock. Not liking his chances right now.
Back to c4 he goes, not approved of by the evil bar.
Seems clear
And
why
I think
not.
this is why. Yeah, the reason has to do with white's king, doesn't it?
And, you know, I've been thinking about it a little more. I think Ivic took the wrong pawn. I said knight takes e5 because that's the tactic I was looking at. He could have taken on d6 initially, and that probably would have been stronger.
Oh, and then bishop c5. Yep, good call.
So queen h5. f3 is loose. This is looking really unpleasant for white, but can he play e5 now? And he goes for it. Johnny, what do you make of this mess?
I'm honestly, cat has my tongue. I have no idea what's happening. Queen f3. Rook f6, and he's lifting the rook up to g6.
Oh my gosh.
How do you stop that?
You don't. Knight e2, rook g6, knight g3, just f4 there. And
f4.
Although the game's not over there. Bishop takes f4. Oh, the rook on a. The rook on a1 is also hanging.
e7 hangs in a1. All these pieces that are not participating in the action are all of a sudden just hanging.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Robert. Rook g6 and bishop d4.
Or bishop takes.
That ends the game.
C3. Oh, bishop
No,
d4.
bishop d4 ends the game.
Mate.
Goodbye. Curtains.
Knight e3.
Game set match.
4.
Or bishop e3. And then f4. Just winning 800 pieces.
It's amazing how knight takes e5. Like, yes, give me that pawn, and it's a mistake in the end.
Yeah. And Hans, queen e8, nerves of steel, and despite the absence of the light squared bishop, making the most out of that attack. And
Wonderful
this is a
stuff.
classic Jababa London, repeating the line they just had.
And maybe the break gave them a chance to start looking this line up at rook h3, giving up the e4 pawn.
That is definitely some home cooking. This is not a position that you want to get stuck in your opponent's preparation.
Look at Hans laughing. I mean, this opening looks ridiculous, but it's just his preparation.
And you can see where the compensation is for the pawn. I mean, he's got pressure in the center. He's got two bishops. The idea of going d4, d5.
And Ivic thinking now he can't go bishop d5 because c4 traps the piece. If he moves
bishop f5 and knight e7 maybe.
Although that eval bar is getting a bit of a workout there. Not sure what to make of this.
I think.
Therefore you are.
Cogito.
Do you want me to finish? Yeah, I know the saying. I just didn't know if you want me to.
Is it ergo sum?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
which do you take? Do you take with the pawn or do you take with the bishop? Because taking with the pawn has the benefit of opening up the f-file, which could be very important after black castles. I would take with the pawn here.
So takes e6, bishop c4. You're just going to castle? And rook takes e6 and mate on the h file?
Oh my god, where did that come from?
Wow,
How
knight C5.
quickly did Hans whip? Oh, nice move. Defending E6.
This opening is beyond my pay grade.
It's wild. And even after the queen trade, the pressure does not abate.
He's gonna castle. There's a lot of stuff happening on the F file. So queen trade, castles, kingside, bishop G4, and so much is hanging there.
Oh my god, knight G6. More stuff is hanging. You could take the queen and take C7. Maybe you should.
You definitely should, and that's what Hans is going for. Rook C8, bishop
Knight
D6.
And the important thing is that you can't go rook D7 because of bishop B5 with a pin.
Right.
That creates a lot of awkwardness in black's position.
Okay, castle. Get that king out of there. It's time
And
to
then
go.
if white castles, there's bishop G4.
Right. And finally, the king's out of the center. And there's some knight threats, right? Because the bishop on C4 is loose. And for example, if black had a free turn and went like knight A4, bishop E6, rook E6, the F3 knight is hanging, C2 is hanging, B2 is hanging. There's so much under attack.
No, for sure. Black's structure looks bad, but white's pieces are not safe. None of them are. None of them are protected by pawns. You also have, oh my god,
B5.
you have a crazy idea, B5, and if you take on B5, there's a check on B3.
Oh, rook takes rook C2, and then...
But, oh, it won't let me play rook C2 and rook H2, because black is making moves. Whoa, yeah. He went, what did he do? He went bishop G4 as I initially suggested, and then knight F4. This also looks pretty good.
Yeah, although rook C3 was a nice move by Hans. He's keeping F3 defended. He's pinning the knight on C5, so B4 is a threat to win a piece.
So maybe Velimir should move his rook from C8. Or should he wait for B4?
He goes E5.
Allowing the additional rook D5. What? Oh my god, rook C5. No. Right, yeah, rook C5, yeah, rook D8.
That's a sick mate. Wait, no, but
how quickly did he see that? And rook F8,
oh my gosh,
we're gonna go knight D7.
Yeah, that fork is unreal.
Oh my god, how did he find this so quickly? So rook C5, let me show this really quickly. If you take the rook, check. If king H7, you get mated on H8. If rook F8, and this is perhaps the most impressive part, seeing this, winning back the rook, and you're up a pawn.
That's ridiculous.
But it's not over. White's got everything's hanging.
Second.
Oh my god, Robert.
What?
Rook D7, rook F1, and rook D1, and you can't take the bishop because the knight is pinned.
And after king C3,
rook takes C5.
Rook takes E5.
No, but then there's rook C8. Oh, then there's king H7. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. And if rook E5 is also.
Oh, but the bishop hangs.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
He finds it, and he's going to go down the line, and he doesn't see rook takes E5. He's going to do this, and then he's going to realize the bishop hangs.
So then maybe should he play rook takes D7? And no, that looks bad as well.
No, but then you're going to get mated.
Yeah. So rook E5, rook E5, rook D7, rook E2, and white's just double pawn.
And it's not over. Okay, so he did take on D7. I think he's going to go down your line. I was just really worried about G6 there.
So bishop G4, it was king F7. I thought he was going to bishop G4. But he wants his king to walk up to G4. That's his current plan.
Yeah, this game is very far from over, but the clock is exacerbating things. But Velimir going for activity, love it.
Yeah, and this promise of the bishop, right? It's a long range.
Oh, but he's losing all of his pawns.
7 or rook G7 first, and the G pawn.
7 and then rook F7, G6, G7, G8, G9. Summit. That was quick thinking. Come on. Give me some credit. Bishop D5 and rook C4 is almost mate.
I just was giving you the awkward silence because
you had an ambulance.
Yeah, I did.
That's so sweet of you, muting yourself when you've got ambulances.
Yeah, I just wanted to be polite, but you just wouldn't speak. So that's how this is supposed to go. Is you're supposed to keep talking.
Silence is the nectar of the gods. Sometimes less is more, you know?
Yeah, like fewer puns.
Like fewer puns. No. But I was going to say the same thing, but I was going to phrase it differently.
Well, now it's a 2-game lead for Hans Niemann, so he's starting to pull away.
Oh, here we go with this again. Every time Hans goes up 2 points, he plays H5 or A5. It's like a Pavlovian response.
It's just ridiculous.
And now he's playing as if nothing's the matter. Like, oh, yeah, I'm just playing a normal King's Indian with H5 included.
And now it's a
I don't know. I don't like
attack.
that. But now E5. Why is Ivic walking into this?
Yeah, D5, knight D4, and then knight F3 you can just even take. Yeah, no, this was a mistake by Ivic pushing that F pawn.
Now he's worse. He managed to get a worse position here.
Yeah, how did he accomplish that? That's surprising.
That was... And... I don't know what to say.
Bishop B4, throwing knight takes E4. This is just bad for white.
Yeah, the pawn on H5 is contributing directly to black's position. Ugh. Okay, maybe not so bad because white can play bishop F4 and keep extra pawn, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, E6? Isn't E6 a typical way to give back that pawn?
Oh, bishop E6, and now you're not going to be able to defend the pawn.
This is getting really, really bad for...
White has great pawn structure.
I don't sense any sarcasm. You know what you should do is castle queenside, play rook D5. That's a typical exchange sacrifice to try to fix your pawn structure. This might happen.
It absolutely might happen, but black's not going to take it.
Well, also bishop takes C4 already happened. But if you didn't take on C4 in that moment, the rook would have planted itself on D5.
This is just sad. And there's nothing more tilting than this.
You mean losing to H5 on move 1?
Losing to H5.
Yeah, not good. So, what move can why even play here? You're already going to lose a pawn on E5.
I have very little advice, but now you're going to lose the wrong pawn. And now black's just winning. I mean, this isn't even close. Like, bishop E6 and black starts pushing. Come on.
Yeah,
Ivic has to do better than this.
E6, bishop takes G7.
Rook G8.
There's nothing there.
Right. You take one pawn with... Oh, I attacked a piece.
That's an accomplishment in and of itself. Okay, Dinah, some of us hold ourselves to different levels of expectation.
To attack Hess's rook? Yeah, absolutely.
It's worth it.
Didn't see a move.
I don't see one. I'm trying. You know, E6. Okay, bishop A4. Trying to get opposite-colored bishops and double your pawns.
Normally, I'm good at coming up with swindle opportunity, but this is one of those positions where black is so solid that you literally don't have a single target. You just have a CVS.
Oh my gosh, Danya. See, that one wouldn't be bad if I hadn't heard it from you before.
No, I tried to walk into a target, but I missed.
Oh, jeez.
That's not me. That's Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah, well, everything that you say is hurting my ears right now.
Fair enough. Maybe you should mute yourself again then. Oh,
No,
but then you won't mute me.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, now E6, right? You have to take that G7 pawn. You have to mix things up here, otherwise you're just going to lose.
And he plays it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also got 45 seconds.
That's true, but at least he's giving himself a fighting chance. Right?
What was that?
Wow. They're redoing the water in my apartment building, and I don't know what that sound is, but it has to do with something with the pipes.
That is not a sound that I don't want to be wherever that sound is being produced.
So I'm going to mute myself, and you're just going to talk for a little bit.
Sounds good. That's always what I've been dreaming of. A5 by black, pushing his extra and passed pawns. A rook trade on D1, knight D7. The problem in this game also is that black has been controlling all of the key central squares, which has not allowed white to gain any kind of traction among his pieces. Maybe if white can win a knight D4.
Okay, the sound stops.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, no, you think it was painful for you. Think about how I felt.
I know. I'm sympathetic, but now that song is stuck. That sound is stuck in my head.
It's so memorable and became a song. Wait, bishop B5.
The new Britney Spears hit, water in an apartment building. Oh my God.
He just hung the pawn.
Hans.
And now isn't white just much better?
Yeah, Valimir just won't take his hands off black's position.
Wow, even material, but F7.
Knight F7?
Exactly. That's coming.
Why not take it? Oh, because no, why did he take it? Oh, he wants to mate him.
Bishop F2 would be checkmate if the bishop weren't hanging over there.
I don't like it though. I thought he should have taken F7 while he had a chance. Now this seems very speculative.
Okay, bishop
F1 though.
He's really going for this bishop F2 idea, which
F6 there might be knight H7.
Not the first knight H7 we've seen today. Okay. Where's the mate?
I would just go H4.
G4, bishop C5, good move.
God, things are deteriorating for Hans here. Or are they?
Ooh.
Bishop A6?
No, he's holding steady, and also 10 seconds left for Velimir. What's happening? Knight takes C3?
He's dropping pawns, and he doesn't have the time to figure out concrete ways to attack Black's king. Don't take with a knight.
No, definitely don't do that. And then the bishop is going to come back around, but where to? Bishop D7. Bishop D7?
And then C goes to A6.
Okay.
Knight A4. Oh, that is a nasty move.
I'm like looking for a checkmate, but none exists. And I think it's going to be a trade of pieces.
The knight on D8 is here. Bishop F1.
Oh, he goes to E2?
No, he walks right into rook takes E2.
And rook C7? Nope, that's not going to work.
Rook C2, rook C2!
He just gives
Why is he not defending any of his pawns? Why neither of them are defending any of their pawns?
This is going to be a loss for Ivic.
Rook A3.
3 seconds left. Knight F7?
Knight F7.
Yeah, you win the E5 pawn. It's over.
And a 3-point lead. Things are starting to slip away from Velimir with 12 minutes left in the 3+1. He's got to rein this in.
How many games has he been down more than a minute on the clock?
A lot. And this is not boding well for his bullet.
Not in the slightest. And we have this wacky opening again. Previously, that rook went to H3.
This time it stays on H1 for the time being, but probably not for long.
And one of the games we saw a knight B4 takes D3. I don't think we're going to see it in this game. And don't take on D4, everybody. That will lose you.
Why not, Robert?
Always important to remind everybody about tactics.
No, it is. It is. So E5 here is a thought, trying to get a similar pawn structure. Oh, as I say that, he plays it. Getting a similar pawn structure as the last game.
Right. Colors reverse.
It's like you're in a restaurant, certain people like to point at other people's food and say, there's certain people who always don't like what they ordered. They only like what you ordered.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
They ordered the same thing that you did.
Right.
They're like, oh, actually, I want what that person's having. Excuse me, sir, you just ordered the same exact
thing.
No, but it looks different. That one looks better. I want that.
I do have a talent, though. I tend to order stuff that people always like. Like, they always point out, I like what you ordered. I think I have a good sense of what a restaurant will specialize, like what sounds good.
Are you just complimenting your own palate in front of thousands of people
I actually am. I think I have a graceful and sophisticated palate.
Then why do you have such poor taste for puns?
I have an eye roll. Well, now you're just asking the $1 million questions that I have no answer to.
Oh, gosh, just got him.
I mean, you're just hurting me.
I know, you actually seem a little sad, and I feel bad about it now.
I need my teddy bear.
Oh, I almost bought you a teddy bear during that game. You know that story.
Wait, which game?
The game that you just mentioned, how you some cowardly 2300. I was going to go buy you a teddy bear during that game.
What brought that on?
Because you just, you look like you're an adorable little kid at the time.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Uh-huh.
Anywho, C7 just hung.
Moving on. But wait a second. Knight F4 is coming.
Wait, Knight C4, this bishop takes C4.
Or Knight C4, Knight F4.
Oh, jeez. And then Knight D2, Knight E6, and all the rooks are hanging?
Knight B3, Knight F8, Knight C1, Knight G6, Knight D3. Okay, I took a king in there, but...
That's all good. So Ivic
now... breaking news, he's down a minute on the clock.
I was about to say the same thing. You can't even find a move here.
Well, like how about she's having?
Knight F4 is just, ugh. Whoa. Huh?
Whoa. Bishop d8? What? Oh, he wants, but knight a2, king b1 simply.
He'll just take back on d8 for the time being, perhaps, but
No, but come on.
a
Knight f4?
a3. There's knight c4, so he goes knight f4, knight a2 check.
King b1 resigns.
Yeah, well,
Ivic is tilting this away.
he's struggling big time. Is there queen c6 maybe?
Yeah, you got to keep as many pieces on the board as possible in Prage, but no, queen c6, knight g6.
But he's,
And then ffg, bishop c4.
yeah, he's burning his clock.
Oh,
What was that?
sorry, I banged my microphone in my coffee cup.
Oh, scared me for a second. So knight g6, knight d3 check, just pawn d3. It goes a3 here. So now knight c4 is coming.
Oh, it is, even after cd because of the pin, and then bishop e3.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Ivic is back in the game.
Hans playing a little bit too quickly.
But Ivic just seems so frustrated. I'm worried that he'll get in his own way here.
Well, I just saw Hans, he did a little bit of eye roll, like, what was I thinking? Oops. Also, if CD, there might be bishop takes e4. Because you can't take with the knight on e4 as the queen opens up to the king.
Great catch, but what a pre-move. Queen takes d3 would have been a good move.
Yeah. Hoping for your opponent's queen. No. Bishop e. Okay, bishop d4. I couldn't tell.
So
if
he's setting up knight b2 is the actual threat here. But if Hans moves his knight to d5, is there anything specific that black has?
Rook takes d5.
Ed.
Queen b5.
c3.
That
Knight b2. I want.
Yeah, that looked very suspicious.
Too many. Oh my god.
Rook d5.
Rook d5. Rook d5. Oh, and bishop takes c3. Oh, and black is winning. This is a huge swindle.
Yeah, this is such an important turnout. This is to be a 4-point lead for Hans. And if Rook d3 is your best move.
And if bishop e3, knight d2?
Why not? Rook d6 can't complain with that.
He has to cash in here. He can't botch this. This is a golden opportunity to get back in the match.
Rook d5 scared me for a second, but it was queen g1 check.
Bishop takes c. No, he goes queen f2. I love that move. Infiltrating, attacking, taking.
Yes. Vilmir's been amazing with his queen.
He really has. That's a great observation. Queen takes g5. Another one bites the dust.
Oh, and then he took e4.
Oh, careful now.
Knight g6, queen d3, knight f8 check. Then king g8.
King g8. This is completely winning. Good pre-move.
Now,
Rook h1, rook h5, mate.
h4, h3, h2.
Han's gonna try. Oh no, that's illegal.
Knight c8. It was worth a try.
Phenomenal technique by Ivic. I mean, he didn't give Hans a single chance here once he swindled him.
And he's not pre-moving, which is a mistake that many people make. And we saw Nemo make that mistake yesterday against Levy.
That's actually one of the most common mistakes. Yeah, we think of not pre-moving enough. Pre-moving too much, especially when there's increment, right? You don't need to pre-move unless, you don't, if you have over 5 seconds and there's an increment, you shouldn't be pre-moving at all unless it's a completely safe pre-move.
Right. And that's why Ivic, was able to finish off the game without any difficulties because he was just waiting and anticipating what Hans would do. And done it. It's a 2-point lead for Hans. This game, he didn't play h5 on move 1. And what do you make of this position? Double pawns for white, but also the bishop pair.
Well, first of all, let me say that this is a critical game. This is probably the last game of the 3-minute portion. And if Ivic can bring this to within 1, that would be a dream scenario. What do I make of this? Well, we see these positions out of a Nimzo Indian very frequently. This is like a Nimzo Indian with this pawn on f5, which does weaken the e6 pawn, Robert, which does create ideas of d5 and knight e6, but it would be premature to do it now. I'm worried about the long-term prospects of white's dark squared bishop, though.
Yeah, although I think with the eval bar going up, I think there's a rook b5, d5 idea. He finds it.
Of course, he sees it.
dc5.
Is there?
That would be crazy. Rook takes b7, but he can play d5, or he could have taken the pawn c5. He goes for your option, and this will help the dark square bishop.
Yeah, now knight e6 is the corollary to this move, but you don't always want to rush that. The e6 square isn't going anywhere. Maybe c4, bishop b2.
Knight e6 does look pretty nice.
Drops his queen back to c2, taking the sting out of bishop d7, which Hans will probably play anyway.
Although then knight e6 hits b7 and f5. So knight e6.
Same problem. Ditto. f5 hangs, e8 hangs.
Oh,
Hans
so
sacking the exchange.
that's a good sacrifice for sure.
Because white will have a Swiss cheese situation on the light squares.
And so I'm thinking f4 right now. Kick that knight out of there.
You know who else is thinking f4?
I'm thinking
c4.
And bishop d5? And bishop b2?
Yeah, and bishop b2. You know who else is thinking c4?
Velimir is. This could be a huge win for him if he's able to pull it off. Oh, rook takes e6 isn't a threat.
Bishop, because of bishop d5 and a pin dirt turns into a fork. I love those tactics.
Yeah, that's actually...
Hans could play it anyway, though.
So bishop b2 now. Because bishop d5 first. e7's a threat.
E7. Oh, knight fd. What is... I'm having such a hard time orienting myself after e7.
Just rook f7 perhaps, because the rook on b5 is trapped.
Another observation, that rook on b... Yeah, the rook on b5 is trapped.
Wait, were you purposely saying things after I said them, or...
No, I literally started saying the same thing, and then you said it. What do you do?
Can you play rook takes b4 and just queen d3 and play like that?
Ivic slides his queen over to d2. Not a move you play if you're too happy with the state of affairs in Denmark.
And what about knight bd5 and queen b7? There's rook d1 at the end.
Barely hanging onto the anchor pawn.
It's one of these positions where it feels like white is on the verge of having the center collapse, but if that doesn't happen, then white's just going to win.
Whoa! e7? Does he want rook f7?
He does again.
Oh my god.
And what if bishop e4, f4, bishop b2, and then queen c3?
Yeah, the dark squares. The dark squares.
And once again, Velimir down well over a minute on the clock.
I'm skeptical here. Clock is fading. He's got no clear path forward. I like the idea of trading and going bishop b2. I feel like that offers a chance to play fast, but he finally goes e7, accepting the sacrifice. And look at Hans's knights.
Yeah, and that rook on b5 is not a happy piece.
And there's no hurry to trap it. In fact, maybe you don't even want to play a6.
Right,
but I guess you do.
It weakens the b6 square.
Weakens the b6 square. Ivic.
Whoa! King e6?
And king d7.
Okay, a3. If I was going to play a3...
Oh, queen d8, trading the queens, but I'm not sure that's the most effective. a3?
Oh, there's knight c3, though. That's why he...
Oh. And?
Oh, no, Hans
but knight a5. Yeah, the knights are going to mow down all of these weak pawns.
Like now.
Yep, it's over. b5, a5, b4, a4.
And look at that bishop on c1. Great piece, huh?
Phenomenal. Bad bishops are defending bad pawns.
Oh,
a4
gosh.
first. Oh, and Hans with a prophylactic rook h7. Infiltrating to h3, checking.
Rook f2 is made if the king went up to f3.
Attacking, pushing, advancing, winning. And he leads by 2.
He leads by 3.
My bad. He leads by 3 once again.
Oh, and there's one more game. They got that off.
Oh, with 7 seconds. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, that was...
this is a huge game.
I think that's good news for Velimir. I'm worried about his chance in the bullet based on the time scrambles that we've seen. And also Hans is throwing his h-pawn forward early. So it seems like he's still in this kind of, I'll do whatever I want mode.
Yeah, but this has transposed into a conventional line.
Right. And h5 is the idea, just to pry open the king side.
Ivic just set up d5? What is this?
Something that's not particularly good for black.
I mean, e4, bishop e2, and bishop e3. Black has lost a bunch of tempi compared to... Whoa!
He's going f3. He's gonna play f3. Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, 94, and queen d4 forking the rook and the bishop.
So what if
or
bishop
whatever
takes,
sits on e4?
What about bishop takes e4?
Oh, he missed it. He blown it up. What is... Ivic is losing his ever-loving mind right now.
No, this is a very basic tactic, and he's just so upset with himself because bishop e4, queen d4.
Girl.
But if he took with the other piece first, right? If we just go back a moment here, if he played bishop takes e4 rather than knight takes e4, his knight can always retreat to f6 after queen d4.
Exactly. Precisely.
Shocking.
That is, and you know what else is shocking? If he had played this move in 2 seconds, you understand. But he thought for like 15 seconds. What was he thinking? And he continues to play. He shouldn't resign. He should give it a shot. But this is completely winning. This is a piece for no compensation.
I think he's just feeling the like those previous losses, and he still has time to come back. We've seen in matches like Raunak Sedwani against Mohamed Muradli. Muradli was the underdog in Bullet, and yet still overcame a massive deficit.
And the bright spot for Ivic, he has shown a capacity to play quickly. It's not that he's incapable, but he gets in his own head. He's won his share of time scrambles, though, so he's going to have to put this break to very good use from a psychological standpoint, Robert.
Yeah.
And he's going to lose this in just a couple moves. I think he might even resign right now.
He's down a piece. No compensation. White is the one with aggressive intentions. B7 hanging. C5 under attack. The bishop on f6 is about to be captured. D6 an idea. Don't really need
Can you come up with any ideas, though?
It's difficult for me at this stage.
Okay. Rook takes b7. Mopping up the pawns. Infiltrating to the 7th rank. Trading.
Is it a piece for one pawn? Is that it? And queen a1, not now because the bishop on e2 is hanging, but queen a1 a moment ago would have forced the queens off the board.
Yeah.
Now it's a threat again.
And now queen takes d5 runs into bishop d5,
G6.
forcing the trade.
Oh, there's like
G6. Look at you. Bishop g6 was smooth.
This is also pretty darn winning. Ah, gosh.
Rook d6. Ugh, this is painful to watch. Look at that pawn on h6. I feel like you're about to say I'm looking at it.
I just can't really look at this game anymore. It's a full extra piece and a checkmating attack for white.
And I think
take on f7.
Move the bishop back, mopping it up, winning the game, leading by 4. The 3-minute portion ends. Hans has blown open the doors, but Robert, you called it. We've seen more than one 5-point comeback already in the JSCC. There is plenty of time. You have 12 or 13 bullet games to play. So Hans, he cannot relax.
No, but he can relax for a few minutes because the players are going to take their break between time segments. And when we return, it's the bullet portion of this JSCC matchup presented by SIG.
Hi, everybody. International Master Danny Wrench at your service. Once again, chess.com's chief chess officer, doing what they have me do now, explain more chess terms and tactics. On the docket for us today is the skewer. The skewer is one of the most forcing tactics in chess. It's an artillery tactic, if you will, because it blasts your opponent's pieces out of the way where they reluctantly have to allow you to capture whatever is waiting behind your attacking piece or behind their defending piece, if you will. The skewer occurs on the straight lines of the chessboards only. It is a tactic that can occur on diagonals, ranks, and files only. Here we see a pretty simple example. A queen comes up to the diagonal, forcing the king out of the way to win the queen behind it. Again, I like this position because it shows you the difference clearly between a skewer and a pin. Whereas a pin has the less valuable piece in front of the more valuable piece, not able to move, immobilized as we described it in our pin video. A skewer forces the more valuable piece out of the way, whether they like it or not. In this next example, we see that really clearly on the board. The bishop comes to the f3 square, the more valuable piece is attacked, reluctantly allowing the knight to be captured on b7. As much as the queen might like to stay on the d5 square, she acknowledges that she's more valuable to her army than the knight behind her on b7, but the knight is not happy to be lost regardless. This is a very clear example of the more valuable piece being forced out of the way in order to give a capture to the least valuable piece, the less valuable piece behind it. As always, we bring it to a close with a real-life position. This one, not a real-life position stolen from a game, but rather a famous and important puzzle shared with me by our own Vice President of Content, Sam Copeland. This particular position really illustrates the geometry of the skewer because white is facing his own double attack. The rook on c5 and the checkmate threat on h8 are both problems. But with the move rook h5, exclamation point, we attract the rook, attraction tactic coming in a future video, to h5, so that we can then follow with rook a6 check, and no matter where the king goes to the 5th rank, the rook is lost to a skewer at the end of the line. I really like this position. Glad Sam shared it because it shows the power of when you know a tactic and it sits in your brain with knowledge, you can sometimes get yourself out of tougher positions that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. A move like rook h5, not something you're going to play every day to give away a rook for free if you're not aware of the awesome geometry that can occur on a chessboard and the ways that a skewer can win material at the end of a combination like this. So, hope you're enjoying these Chess Explained videos. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show. I'm going to send it back to the commentary team now, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. And Danya, we're fortunate to bring our love of chess to work each and every day while we commentate wonderful events like the JSCC. And right now, Hans Niemann, I think he has a little bit more love for the game than does Velimir Ivic.
Without question. And for Velimir, the important thing is not to overcompensate. We've seen this before. When players struggle with their clock the entire match, what often happens is that they play too quickly. They start pre-moving. Velimir should take it easy. 1 minute is an eternity. But obviously, he has to avoid spending too much time in the opening. He has to trust his preparation, and he has to punish Hans's dubious opening play.
Yeah, I wonder if Hans will continue to play a5 and h5, those questionable rook pawn moves to start the game. And, well, we'll find out right now because Velimir has the white pieces.
And he has a 4-point lead to overcome. Knight f3. We have not seen that from Velimir thus far, and we have in English.
Okay, so Velimir opting for a different opening. I can understand that what's been happening has not been going his way. So here he goes for a more classical setup.
And Dr. Velia preparing b4. Hans displaying a reverse closed Sicilian setup. Usually black expands on the king side, but allowing b5 in this version, usually players go queen d7 so that the knight has a square on d8. Now Hans has to redeploy his knight via d7.
I didn't like e4. Isn't the point you move your knight away from f3
and
apply pressure?
That's a straight... Wait, knight e7, ef, and knight h4, threatening a fork and the b7 pawn.
Oh, knight h4 first, yes. But exactly your plan. g6 is under attack. If g5, there's knight g6. Here, ef5, and bishop takes b7. Bishop f3. Other than knight f6, I guess.
Yeah, you can chill. Knight c5 is also an idea, but if knight c5, then you play bishop f3.
Very true.
He moves it back to g2, and Hans striking at the center with e4.
Yeah, now it's getting messy. Bishop e4, bishop takes c4. I guess there's bishop g6.
Ugh, I can't draw a single arrow properly.
Whoa.
Wait!
Oh gosh, fe5, f1 is hanging.
But rook f2 and then bishop g6 is coming? I don't trust this.
Yeah, and actually f1 wasn't hanging because of bishop d5. So it's a messy position. Whoa!
Whoa!
Queen g4.
What a move!
E4?
And rook takes e4, and white's king is wide open.
Although
I think Hans is going to win this.
There's bishop b2 after that to force a queen trade.
Oh, that's a game changer. And will Velimir spot bishop d2? He does. And knight f5, Robert, is a huge threat.
Oh my gosh, that's not even a trade of queen g7. Knight f5 threatens the g7 piece, and knight takes h6 with a pin and a win and a fork.
Black might have to beg for the queen trade with king h7.
And then white will say, don't mind if I do, then I'll put a rook on the c file. The knight will come back towards the center, and black's in trouble.
And Hans's time advantage has dwindled, but he doesn't do it. He doesn't trade queens. Why not?
Why in the world?
Oh my god, and he blunders his queen. That was absolutely inexplicable.
I can't comprehend what Velimir just did there.
That was absurd. He found bishop b2 with the express intention of trading queens. He won the lottery and then didn't cash in his ticket.
It's
now
more than surprising. I mean, what do you think, that being up a pawn wasn't going to be good enough? Like, I need to win, so let me keep.
No, he wasn't thinking at all. He just didn't use his brain that second.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. Queen takes b2, of course, and
now he's down by 5. That's a huge win for Hans.
I just sense it all day. Velimir in time trouble. He's not playing up to the standard we've become acquainted to from him.
Absolutely. And the only reason I'm harsh is just because of how strong of a player he is, right? I wouldn't be, we know what Velimir is capable of, and he's tilting. This is just really bad out of the opening. 94 is coming. Look at the dark squares.
This looks like it's
Look at the dark squares.
Fresh out of Bakro Grishuk from that FIDE Grand Prix game where Grishuk was
I know what you're talking about.
Wow, f5 is a great choice, though.
Phenomenal move. And Velimir showing flashes of brilliance, but knight c5 by Hans attacking e6.
So knight takes c5, DC knight a4, your only shot here. He's got to go for it.
Don't go back. Yeah, he does. Good shot. Good stuff by Velimir.
And c5's under attack. b2 is threatened. Take on b2,
and then take on d3. But you don't want to take that rook on a1 because then the dark squares are going to be really concerning.
Yeah, that bishop on g7 is too important. So go after the c7 pawn. He's thinking, spending his time. Bishop b7.
b7.
Oh gosh, it's an amazing knight on e5.
Oh, and bishop d8. He won't budge at all. I now slipped.
Oh, and he almost broke his computer.
Oh my goodness. And Hans is lucky that he's up by 5. He can afford that. But Robert, remember, the Brandon Jacobson, Andrew Hong comeback, that started with a mouse slip, you might remember.
You know, a Wonder Liang.
A Wonder Liang, sorry. That started with a mouse slip. And after that mouse slip, he was permanently tilted. First of all, Velimir has to win this game.
He's going to win this game. In comes the queen. F3 is going to fall. Wow. Daniel, I thought Hans was going to break his... What would have happened if he actually broke his laptop?
Well, he would have had to play from his phone, I guess.
Yeah, like forfeit the rest of the match or something. F3
right. Now. Uh-oh. Goodbye. So this is over.
Oh, goodness. GF, rook F3 is very decisive.
GF.
Oh,
okay. Rook F3. Goodbye. Oh, that's a nice move. It's mate. Queen F2.
Pre-move, Queen F2.
What a move. And Hans can wait. Hans should sit. Hans should absolutely spend all this time, but he resigns.
Respectful, but maybe not the best in terms of gamesmanship here.
Okay, now a little opening experimentation from Velimir. Hans going for the A5 line. That's pretty conventional.
Yeah, there were some A5, H5 ideas that were not good. This is normal.
Yeah, totally normal. And that pawn on A3 is a thorn in Black's side. That knight coming into B4, Black developing an initiative early.
Yeah, and that pawn A3, it's going to keep the pawn A2 stuck, which means once the knight gets to B4, you always have to keep an eye down there. But in certain endgames, that pawn may have wandered a little bit too far.
And Velimir just seems to be in trouble. Hans is laying it on with knight E4, bishop F6. An easy position to play for Black, and he's got over a minute on the clock.
And you can't play... Now you can play rook C1 because that knight is gone, but as of a moment ago, the rook was stuck protecting the A2 pawn.
Now the knight is stuck on B5.
Great move, knight D2. Really, really good move.
Trading off Black's strongest piece, and now he no longer has to worry about knight C3.
Knight takes E4, queen D2, and... Oh, there might be some kind of queen... There's some queen
bishop
D5.
C6 is a threat. That knight is in trouble.
Wait, how do you get it out of there?
Well, you don't. I think you have to defend it with queen d3, but that's not reassuring, obviously.
So bishop c6 is knight a7 the idea? Knight a7!
Oh, knight a7! What a move!
Holy!
What an idea! Oh, but is it that good?
Yes, d5.
5 and d6 and d7.
Oh, but what a
Hans,
good move from
queen
Hans.
d7. Great defense by Hans. So white is still better. He's got that massive pawn on d5. Rook fd1.
Yes, rook fd1. The bishop has to go back to b7. Trade rooks, play d6. Oh my gosh, black is just trying to blockade that pawn as best he can.
Pre-move d6. Every
Yeah.
pre. Oh, and b4 falls.
Easy pre-move.
Queen c6 though. Be careful. Don't pre-move.
Oh gosh. And
f3 move.
Yeah, he goes for it. Queen takes b4. Queen c2.
Uh-oh. Queen back to d2.
Ah, the
Benefits
queen's
in
just
case-
huge. Don't go queen c4 check, I don't think. And the king runs in.
No, d7 is correct. Velimir down to 17 seconds. Hans has been playing so quickly.
Queen takes a3, just get rid of that pawn. It was queen h4.
He wants queen h5, queen e8.
Oh my
Hans,
gosh.
what?
Queen
no way.
G4.
Queen g4. Queen f4,
Where's-
queen b8.
Oh, just go to b8. That's winning. That's for sure winning.
That's winning on the spot, too.
Velimir needs to move.
See it.
He doesn't see it at all. Queen f.
Now he plays it.
And what does he want?
Bishop c7, d8 queen.
Oh my
Hans
gosh.
wins again.
Yeah, Hans wins the queen, but allows the second one to appear.
Oh, what a move, though. Bishop f3. And Velimir just had queen d3 check, winning the
Oh,
bishop.
he missed it. He completely missed it, but he's still in the driver's seat in this game.
This is a must win for Ivic.
Queen back to d1, great move. Queen go to f2, and everything is defended.
Yeah, this is completely winning. This is pretty easy.
Yeah, with that 1 second increment, he should
Great
be able to
pre-move.
get this. Now what? So where to from here, Donna? You're the bullet maestro.
Yeah, b4 is good. Rook f2, and
Queen
then take
takes
a3.
You know, because queen
Oh,
f4,
and queen g3, good pre-move again. a3. a3, why is he giving up pawns?
Nope, that's not a pawn you wanted to give up. That's
He's
for sure.
He's playing too quickly.
Yeah,
And
he's
now
trying-
rook b3 and try to get to the king.
He's gonna go rook c7. I think he's just trying to go for checkmate.
I think he's
Rook
going to go
C7.
queen e3. Queen b6. No, why is he going back?
He had
Rook
rook c7
He had it
multiple
a million
times.
times.
Oh
Rook-
goodness.
Rook b2, rook d2, rook back. Get the rook back to the 7th rank. Play actively.
He's going to d8. That may. Oh gosh.
Oh, he's going
Queen-
to corners rook. Rook e7.
He
It's over.
finally found it. He finally found it.
He just
And now
had
the
to spot the idea.
Queens are off. Okay, he's taking g7. I was like, what in the world was f5?
King.
Oh, what a move!
Oh.
That is a.
Oh, and the
really,
pawn is unstoppable.
oh, that was really nice. h7.
Boom, boom, boom. King g1 simply.
G4 was a great move.
Go around, take the pawn, and you could even give the rook up for the pawn if you want, but not immediately.
Just make sure that the king is not in the box, and there it is. Another win for Velimir Ivic. He cuts
Oh my
the deficit
God.
to 3. Hans playing h4.
Okay, but this is really dangerous. I mean, in a bullet game, you don't want to get one of those positions. And
But
Velimir, this
but
time he goes
G-
g6. He looked it up, I
H5.
think.
Just throw that pawn up the board. Okay, and now what? He had f3 in a previous game, right? But the knight was still on g1. So
And
let's go ahead.
and now he can't play f3 anymore.
No, he can't. He can't castle queenside because the bishop's there. So he trades bishops. Knight e5, excellent move.
Queen a5. Black is a
gosh.
huge attack to b5.
Oh, I love
Excellent
b5.
move.
Yeah, that's in the spirit of the position. Please take my pawn. Open the b file. Oh, give me the rook on d1 or not.
Oh, take that rook. It's just hanging there. Now, if you take it, you allow bishop takes e5. Great move by Hans.
But I'm a bit worried just by h4 move 1. The Hans he's on the verge of tilting, right? If he loses this game,
definitely.
it could all
98,
break
knight
loose.
d6 looks like a great maneuver too.
Yeah, you can go knight d7 or knight d8, but Velimir deep in the
taking
think tank.
so long.
And he goes bishop d1, allowing bishop e5. He's just gonna move his bishop back and then take on b8 with his queen.
That's a totally reasonable option. It simplifies the
Oh.
position, but Hans creating attacking chances. Queen a5. Queen a5, you got to counterattack. Go,
Yes,
move.
he takes that thing.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
He has no fear. And bishop, what a move by Hans there. B3.
Velimir responding by attacking b2. C4
Yeah.
maybe.
C4 looks really interesting to go after the f2 pawn and try to open things up some more.
But the clock is going to kill him.
Yeah,
The clock
down
and the
20
king
seconds.
safety. Whoops, sorry, he didn't do that. He went e3.
And
Oh, now he goes c4.
But bishop takes b8 and start trading stuff, and the queen takes b8 and the dark squares.
Oh, I don't like that move at all. Queen a5.
Knight d5. Knight d5.
Oh, knight d5. What a move. He didn't see it.
Oh, but queen
Great
e6 is
spot by
good.
you.
Queen a3 check is coming.
Oh, that's danger. Queen a3.
Queen
That's CB. Oh, okay. Or this.
Gosh.
Oh, but it's
Oh,
it's Queen a5, g5, knight h5.
Queen e5. Queen e5.
And Queen a1 is a threat. And
Yes.
Hans might have to move his king. And then f5.
f5.
Oh my
goodness.
God. f5.
f5. He plays rook e8. That's a good move.
Knight g7 though, but then Queen e4 and knight
And
e8.
knight e8.
Oh, he missed. He forgot about the rook.
No, but knight e8, queen e3, and then take on e8, and
And
black
rook e8,
should
you're
be
better.
better.
And black's up on time. He
Wrong
takes on
move
e8.
order. Wrong move order.
Yeah, now Hans is gonna get a passer.
Okay, rook f4, there's king e3, and that might just be a draw.
Repeat. You gotta repeat if you're Velimir. Oh,
he's going for the win. But he's better. Now he's better. Look at this book. H5.
H5.
King g5.
And f4, and then king g5, h4.
Oh my
H6
goodness.
maybe.
Just throw those pawns up the board.
You gotta create a passer. Oh,
Can you?
oh,
you
rook
can't
E5.
trade.
No, don't
Yeah,
trade.
Wow.
Rook E7.
H4. Rook H3. He goes
Goes
G3.
G3.
King of6. King of6.
H3,
H3,
Rook
rook
H5.
G5. H3, rook
Oh,
G5.
rook g5 wins. Oh my God, he's gonna
he got
win
it.
another one. Velimir is playing amazing in time scrambles.
Wow, he cut that rook off, and he's promoting his pawn.
It's over. Another one.
It is a 2-point match.
And that mouse slip, it started it all again.
And
Hans has to avoid tilting.
yes, he does. And right now he's playing at least a standard setup. So that's the good news. Hans is no longer A5 and H5ing it. He realizes that he is losing the thread of this match.
Hans has played best when he's solid. Like, he plays best when he plays his style, he plays solid, and this is what he's doing this game. Good choice by Hans out of the opening.
For sure. This is really good. It's solid. He doesn't have to force anything right now.
Oh, bishop d3.
Oh, bishop d3 is going to be annoying, isn't it?
Uh-oh. They're both not seeing it. But
C5.
Hans is,
Okay, queen e2 stops bishop d3.
yeah, he dodged a bullet there.
Oh, nice move though. Knight e7 going to the d5 square. But knight d2 to e4. This is standard play from Ivic.
Knight e4. Here it comes.
Very juicy.
Black is a great knight, but White's got great squares too.
There go the pipes again. The pipes are calling. Okay, so queen c6 is a good move. I'm gonna mute myself. You go ahead, Danya.
Sure, you're good. Okay, so we have an end game at rook dc1 piling up on the c7 pawn. Hans piles up on the d4 pawn, but that bishop, bad bishops defend good pawns. White is definitely in the driver's seat here, and Velimir could play a move like h4, just improving his position. He moves his knight back to d2. Oh, he's threatening bishop takes d5 and rook takes c7, winning a pawn, and rook c8. Oh, rook c8, there's bishop takes d5 and rook takes b6?
Yes, indeed. And now bishop d5, and you win c7.
Just do it. Why did he play knight d2? What was that?
You went bishop f1 back. I mean,
he wants knight e3. So he wants to get to that knight. Hans just in time.
Great find by Hans. Knight d5, bishop c1 comes with emphasis. You have to go rook e1 here to defend that knight. You've no other
It's still
choice.
not worse. Don't panic now if you're Velimir.
Oh,
panicked.
Okay.
Knight back to d5 at the very least.
So rook c7. What does he want on this? Knight d5. Okay, black is obviously better.
But I'm not convinced that black is like winning. You got to get this bishop into the game.
b5.
Rook a, rook a5. Ooh.
Yeah, bishop c3 only move probably, but that looks terrible
C3.
anyway.
No, you got to do it. You got to do it.
Because you take away the a5 square. And bishop c3, knight c3, rook takes rook a5, rook c4. You sort of hold on for now.
But Hans is a master in these types of positions. He's not going to let this one go.
The king's just running into e4 for black. Can White even do anything?
No, it literally is over.
Oh, good move though. King f5
though.
Yeah, that's a good try.
Maybe it's not over.
Oh, but not king f5. That was really well
Tricked
done
him.
by Hans. Yeah.
And
rook
is there any?
c4, I thought.
Rook d7.
Whoa.
Whoa.
EF,
Okay.
GF.
Bishop e3. Great defense.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? If knight e3, rook f4 check, that was a good trick, but it's not going to be enough. He should resign.
He's defending so ingenious. He has to resign, and he does.
They're smart play from a match perspective. He gets more games in this way.
Plenty of time. There's 13:30 left in the match, but Velimir needs to continue winning. He needs to win this game and get it to within 2 again.
And here comes a trade in the center. The bishop's on e5. That's not really what you want out of the opening, but d takes the queen trade would have been worse. So here we see a position, Danya, where it's just so solid, and that's why he's trying to mix up with f5.
C5. Oh, but then bishop e6.
And I want to say knight c6 for queen h4, but the queen on d2 stopped that in its tracks.
I'm worried about this idea of c5, so maybe just get the bishop out. He goes
Oh, that bishop might get trapped.
oh, queen f8.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
And h6 is coming.
And if Hans has to take the knight, that's a horrible sign. Now bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6 develop and CD. No, Velimir is playing a great game right now. Oh, the bishop is...
Move the knight.
The bishop's getting back.
Oh.
h4 to f2.
Yeah, but still black is okay.
Yeah.
You could still prepare the King's Indian style attack.
That's true. Here come the pawns. Actually, this is looking very promising for black.
This is exactly the kind of position you want to have in bullet. But Hans sticking his bishop back on h4, queen g7.
Queen h6 split. He's going to move his king, or rook g8. Knight d4 is on the agenda.
Ooh.
Whoa. g3.
Rook f8, maybe just support the pawn as much as you can.
Yeah. There's knight d4. There's rook f8. There's
Gotta
g
make a
f3.
decision, though.
And he plays rook f8. And bishop f4 after knight f4.
Yeah, bishop f4.
But I think he has to go queen takes f. Whoa.
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 Queen d5, he wants, what, queen f4? But then
Queen
bishop
f4.
g3. Bishop g3 and f4.
But then queen e3?
But
Oh, queen e2!
oh, that's a bishop. No, but fe.
Yeah, the rook is pinned.
Oh my god, it's pinned.
Oh my
But
goodness.
you should still play it and then just go d.
I
Or
guess
move
so.
the king there. Move the king. Move the king.
Oh, knight b4.
Oh, and
e4 is
e4 hangs
hanging.
on check.
Queen
But
e4.
it's not over. What do you do now? Hans has all sorts of threats against black's king.
Maybe queen d4 check?
You might have to repeat moves.
No, queen d4, and then I thought queen d5, but I'd lose d6 in the end.
Velimir's got no time.
Go queen d4.
Knight d3, something. Make a move.
You just got to go for it.
Knight d5, knight d3 is coming. Whoa.
This looks really scary for the white king.
But Hans with plenty of time here. He can also take on f7, go queen e8, and go e6.
Oh,
he finds a draw.
Way.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is big.
Okay, a draw, 10:55, and now time is beginning to be a consideration. Now Velimir has to basically be perfect.
Yeah, can't afford any of these draws, and Hans is upset about it. I was wondering if he's upset because he knew it was going to be a draw and he could have wasted time off the match clock.
Right. Yeah, he could have, but he's in great shape. He's up by 3, 10:30 to go in the match, probably enough time for 4 games. So Velimir cannot afford to lose a single other game.
I like the start of this game for Velimir. It's just standard English with that strong fianchetto bishop.
Yeah, and easy play, right? In bullet, you want to have positions with clearly defined plans, and this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, look at that a7 pawn. It's going to be target bishop e3 now.
Ooh, this is bad for black. Queen a4.
Yeah, queen a. Ooh, not a bad move, obviously, but I felt like he could have.
e3. Oh, he's playing this terribly.
Bishop takes e3. You just got to go with it. Give up the exchange. I know it's not ideal.
Knight g4 though. Oh, you can't move the bishop. Bishop d5.
Oh, and queen g6.
Oh, and you almost can't stop that.
That is so nasty.
Bishop d5. Now there's king g7, and everything is protected. And Han sees it instantly.
And yeah, this is not.
It's deteriorating for white
for sure. Bishop d5 at first was what was needed because there was sacks on f7 with queen g6 to follow.
Velimir with some good ideas, but now he's down in exchange. He needs a miracle here.
No, I don't think he's getting it.
No, Hans is just so solid. It's not actually that bad.
It's not that bad, but it's going to take forever.
Right. No, there's enough time if he wins, but he's just not going to win.
Queen a7. He wants us to put pressure. Bishop c6.
Bishop d. Oh, bishop c6 first was better.
Knight f3 back. Yeah, the knight d4.
Oh, knight c6.
Uh-oh.
This is getting interesting.
But Hans has so much time.
He's so fast. Like, Velimir somehow isn't able to play with this. Oh!
King h2?
He should have taken with the e-pawn to keep his king safer.
Yes, for sure.
Uh-oh.
So bishop c6, queen h3. Yeah, there's a problem. Taking away the coordination between the bishop on d5 and knight f3 is a big issue.
Oh, that's a terrible sign. He wants knight g5.
But queen h3, queen g2, queen g2.
King e2, but king e2 now.
Queen g2, queen g2.
Rook g1.
Knight g3.
Oh, bishop e4, bishop e4.
Oh.
Rook g1.
Rook g1, rook e3.
Oh, rook e3.
Yeah. I think that's available.
And he's going to find it, of course.
Of course he does.
95, though?
Yeah, then Queen H3 or something, and just
Oh, but Rook G6, Rook G3, and Rook G6. Oh, Queen F5. Wow. Rook G6, Queen G6, and oh my God.
and look
How
at
is
that.
he doing this?
After Queen A7, he just doesn't even take the knight. He first defends the C7 pawn.
This is an unbelievable game, and now Velimir is in mortal danger. 8 minutes left. That's probably enough time to get off 4 games.
Right, because you need to just start the final game with 1 second left in the match clock. And Hans, he plays the Grob. He's just having fun at this point.
Yeah, Hans feels
D5?
like it's in the back. Oh, Velimir's tilting. Oh, he missed it.
Okay, game on.
Bishop. Okay, but Hans is in control here completely in the bullet.
Yeah, this position solid for black, but unspectacular. And you need wins, and you need them quickly if you're Velimir.
Right.
C6.
Oh. Whoa, Hans swings so fast.
Yeah, and knight E6, F E6. Watch out down the F file.
And H5 could come as well, adding insult to injury. Ooh, I don't like the trade.
Yeah, me neither. I thought you just drop the queen back and then play like this.
Now this game is going to take 8 hours to win.
And knight
If he
H4
even
to
wins it.
Knight H4 to F3 is... He took that really quickly on G2.
I like how quickly he's playing. I don't like the way that he's playing necessarily.
Yeah, I felt like he could have had more, though that bishop on D2 is a pretty awful piece.
Where is the knight going? Is it going all the way around to F3?
It was going to try E5. Is that his idea?
Great move. Oh, but he plays it after the trade.
And now he just wants ED4 and Rook B3, but Rook C7 at the end.
Uh-oh. And King E6 and Rook B4? Rook B4.
Ooh, good move.
Bishop A7, though. Hans is not going to lose this.
No, but for once, Velimir's up on the clock.
Not for long, though.
Don't play King D2 there.
No, don't make a draw. No. And now it's over.
That should be it. That should be all Hans Niemann needs.
Now it's mathematically impossible. Well, it's still mathematically possible if he wins like 1 or 2 games really quickly.
But I mean, if anyone's winning quickly, it feels like it's Hans.
Yeah.
Velimir has been the more deliberate of the two, and Hans just with his tactical vision today on point.
Hans has been unbelievably fast in the bullet, and Velimir is going to be kicking himself for some of the games that he didn't win out of the opening. I think looking back, that might actually have been some of the most pivotal moments in this match. Hans getting away with, A5 and getting away with a lot of play and blitz just on the strength of his, all credit to Hans on the strength of his incredible play, and Velimir's tilting. This is not a sound sacrifice.
I don't
this is
raise my eyebrows like, whoop, okay, I don't see the checkmate coming.
Although in bullet, it's not such a bad idea. Knight G8.
Knight H7 played instead.
Queen has a lot of defensive squares.
Yeah, Queen F4, Queen F6 holds everything together. In fact, that's just a place the queen wants to go anyway. And Bishop D7, Queen F6, Rook E8. Yeah, there's no attack.
He's going to play Knight F7.
Okay, Queen F6. He might play Rook E3 after Queen F6.
He gets his G-pawn up, but he blunders H4, which Hans does not take for whatever reason.
And now it's starting to look a little bit more promising, though not better for white, of course.
There are no... Oh! Velimir.
But there's nothing after this. I mean, black just defend everything. The king can go to E8.
Well, white just doesn't have enough fuel.
Oh, he wants G6. I was like, why would you trade queens? But Queen D4 CD and then G6 at the end with the pin F7 pawn.
Oh, a little petrol infusion.
Okay, and now Knight F7? GF?
Well, his idea is that after King G7, you're not... Oh, but
Knight
Hans,
G4 and Rook F4.
Rook F4. He wins the piece. Wait a second. Well, unfortunately, Hans only has to wait for 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Rook F7, is that clear? Because white's pawns are super weak.
Yeah. Bishop F3, we got to trade A2 falls and you push your H pawn.
Yeah, but this is going to take another 30 seconds off the match clock.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to be a win.
Yeah, and it's not even. It is winning. Most probably. Ooh, he locks his own king up. What is he doing?
Rook A3.
Rook A3, though. Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
He's gonna check rook a7, win the c7 pawn, put a rook on c6, or we just move
But
his
this
king
has
out.
been this has been the longest bullet game in history.
Yeah, it has lasted a marathon length.
This might actually be the last game. H7, rook 8, rook g8.
Right.
King g7. Oh, nice game by Ivic, making lemonade out of that sacrifice.
He's had a few very good endgames in this match.
By the way, what Han should do here is pre-move like 8 or 9 moves and then sit it out. Like that's the best way to optimize wasting as much time as possible. And that's kind of what he's doing.
Yeah.
Although it's not even necessary with the time clock, with the match clock.
Right.
It is.
And he's just gonna play c4, so that's why if it's this way, so he wouldn't lose his d pawn and have to mate with eventually this, but it happened sooner rather than later. And another 17 seconds off the clock. Danya, down to 2 minutes. We will have time for just one more game, and Hans Niemann makes his way through to the quarterfinals.
Indeed, he does. It's been a wildly entertaining match. And Hans, look, he'll have to step up his game, particularly in the opening, I think, in the next match. But he showed flashes of brilliance all throughout. Those were some incredible games, tactical vision, sacrifices. We had all we could handle today.
And there was a point in this bullet segment where it was cut to 2 points, right? It was getting really close after a mouse slip, after some good play by Ivic. And then Hans decided to play super solidly, and he won that game with that knight on d5 against that dark squared bishop in the endgame. So I think Hans will not be fooling around as much in the next round, but he did make his way through today, and he'll have a really difficult next matchup.
Yeah, and he just did win the Sigeman tournament in Sweden with a very, very strong field. So he's as confident as ever as he creeps his way up to 2,700. And here he's crept his way into the semifinals of the JSCC. 1 minute to go on the match clock. And this is going to be the last game, as you said.
And Kirill Shevchenko awaits Hans Niemann in the next round. So Kirill will have to look into these Jabal London systems. And right now, this was a Caro-Kann that's gone terribly for black. Look at that b7 pawn. h4 can be picked off. This is just cramped as cramped gets.
Although knight f8 is a nice little maneuver.
Don't play knight e6 because knight takes f5.
Rook takes b4, doubling up on the b5.
Oh my gosh, there's b5 here. You can't take.
Oh, b5, what a nice move. And you can't opposite either way because the rooks are hanging.
Okay, that
That's
had to
such
be
a rare idea.
Wait, that was a mouse slip, right? He meant to play b5.
For sure. b5 was an incredible move.
Yeah, he tried to do it. He just couldn't get his mouse.
And Hans with a nice exchange.
Oh my gosh, knight g5 wins after queen.
Oh, if queen takes, wow. I can show that. Queen e6, knight g5.
And you get a queen trade, but also get a rook for a knight.
Check, and then you take, and then you win.
Mm-hmm.
And it's official. The match clock has expired. Hans will win either by 4 points, which is likeliest here. Oh yeah, it's over. King g3. The king just walks up and mates him.
And not for the first time today has Hans's king went on a nice little journey up the board. King g6, rook f7 is check and mate. And that is how this match will conclude.
Smooth. What can one say but smooth? It wasn't always smooth, but Hans just played more good games than Ivic did as he wins the match with a final score of 16.5 to 12.5.
Yep. When all is said and done, Hans Niemann, the deserving winner in this JSCC matchup, we'll bring Hans on for a post-match interview. Hear his thoughts about his OTB play and his next round match up against Kirill Aleksanko. This is the Junior Speeches Championship presented by SIG, and we'll return with Hans Niemann in just a few. And we welcome Hans Niemann, fresh off 2 tournament victories over the board, and now a victory in his matchup against Vladimir Ivic in the Junior Speedchess Championship. Hans, first question, I think everyone wants to hear from you. How are you feeling?
About the match or in general, or
Life, the match, all of your chess successes in recent times?
well, I think in general, obviously happy with recent results. Today, maybe I had a little bit too much fun with certain openings and decision making. But honestly, I think I didn't do like any opening preparation for today. I just wanted to show up and play some interesting chess. So I think in the beginning, I think you guys remember when I was down a full queen. This was just, I think from a chess lover perspective, I think I produced some ridiculous games today. But from a purely competitive perspective, it would probably not ideal. But of course, with the recent tournaments, obviously I have something to be very happy about. But it's not like I can be too elated because I still plan to basically play nonstop until like forever. So like I think I've planned my schedule basically fully booked until like December now. So
Wow.
I'm not really like the type to be too Kobe Bryant says, rest at the end, yeah, not in the middle. So I know you're a sports guy, so I'll leave you with that quote.
That's a good one. Hans, the openings, I'm not letting you go without a question about those openings. Were you just trying to have fun, or were you trying, because at one point, obviously you can play those openings to tilt Velimir, who just wasn't, at one point you played, I think, C4, H5, and you were like minus plus in 10 moves. Were you mostly trying to just have fun, or were you trying to tilt Velimir as well?
I think there's a mix of both, but I don't know. I think to say it as like humbly as possible, I didn't feel that much danger, so I just wanted to have fun. And I don't know. I've been playing these super serious classical events. I felt like I'm preparing 10 hours a day. I'm like sleeping 10 hours a night. I have such a strict routine. I just wanted to have some fun today and get back to my old roots of playing C4 H5 and Blitz. So.
Well, it worked out for you and everything you're doing over the board as well. What's your next tournament lined up?
Bundesliga in a few days, just like 2 games, and then I'll be playing in Sharjah. But if you ask me for one tournament, I'm gonna tell you my 6-month schedule. So you should be careful with that question. But yeah, no, I think I have plans until the US Championship and beyond, basically. So I have a lot of events. So certainly not going to slow down.
Mm-hmm. Well, Hans, congratulations on all of your success. Good luck in your upcoming tournaments. We'll let you go back and get some rest before your next event.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hans. Congrats.
Congrats.
And as you see here, Hans Niemann, he fills in the right side quarterfinal matchup. He will take on Kirill Shevchenko in the next match. We saw Kirill defeat Vokidov in the opening one. So Danya, very impressive display by Hans. Even if it wasn't his best performance, it was certainly enough and then some.
It definitely was. And, he was having some fun. We can forgive him that given his incredibly rigorous schedule, but it was more than enough to win today's match. He was fast, he was accurate, he was sharp, and he was inspired, and he'll have to carry all of those skills and more to his next match.
Indeed, because Shevchenko, he is incredibly strong, especially in these formats. And, well, we have so much chess here at chess.com. There's GM Speedchess Championship. There's more JSCC, but there's also the Rapid Chess Championship, which will continue this Saturday with the Swiss and then Sunday with the Knockout. And it's just such a fantastic event featuring the likes of the players you see in front of you: Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana. I think Wesley and Fabiano will probably have to sit out this weekend once more because they're playing in the Grand Chess Tour. But Danya, we love to see these top players duke it out week in and week out.
We definitely do. I'm excited for this weekend. I'm excited for the other JSCC matches. The stage is set for an epic semifinal showdown. So what can I say? Another great day, another great match.
And there's more chess today. Just because the JSCC has come to an end does not mean the chess stops. Title Tuesday begins in I think like 20 minutes. So everybody should stretch their legs, rest your eyes. I know you've been staring at a screen for a long time, and then watch Title Tuesday. Maybe a certain fellow named Magnus Carlsen will say that once is not enough. Let me win again.
Definitely. I don't see why not. He's hungry today. Title Tuesday starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, 20 minutes from now.
Well, I'm hungry. Danya, I just want to thank you for a fantastic show once more. You more than held on while I was dealing with some noise from the pipes. So I appreciate that. And of course, we appreciate every single viewer who tunes in each and every time. And to our producer, Aaron, working wonderfully behind the scenes to make sure that this show is crisp. It makes our lives easier. So Danya, I'll give you the floor for a few final words, and you send us out of here, buddy.
Man, thank you. First of all, thank you, Robert. This was so much fun. This, in many ways, was the most entertaining JSCC match we've had. You just got the sense from the very beginning that Hans is inspired. You know, Velamir's going to be disappointed, but he put in a great showing too. And honestly, that's why we watch the JSCC. Everybody puts their blood, sweat, and tears, their soul on the line in every single match. And every single match has a completely different character to it. I can't wait for the semifinals, but right now, I'm going to get something to eat. So thank you, Robert. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, everybody in the chat.
Well, that's it from today's action here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll see you very soon for more chess. Enjoy the rest of your day.